20th, 2026. Love seeing all the faces out here this evening, and we are excited to have some wonderful people come up to the podium tonight. With that, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Mayor Gallegos.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Montes.
Here.
Councilmember Evans.
Here.
Councilmember Mejia.
Here.
Councilmember Villegas.
Here.
Thank you. City Clerk Gonzalez, could you read the Madera City Council opening?
The Madera City Council meetings are open to the public. This meeting will also be available for public viewing. Members of the public may also observe the live stream meeting on the city's website at www.madera.gov/live. Members of the public may comment on agenda items at the meeting or remotely through an electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-683. Enter ID 812-3292-6824 #. Press *9 to raise your hand to comment and *6 to unmute yourself to speak. Comments will also be accepted via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov or by regular mail at 205 West 4th Street, Madera, California 93637. We'd like to remind members of the public that Wordly is available for translation services by scanning the QR code on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'd please ask you to stand and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Zacharias, and the invocation will be given by Pastor Hernandez tonight.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, it's a pleasure to be here today. Praise be to the good Lord. I'd just like to say hello to everybody. Welcome today. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, to be able to open up in prayer and just to glorify God, and also just to what God is doing in the community, just to give him thanks. So it's an honor for me to be here today. With every head bowed, every eye closed, let us pray unto the Lord. Gracious God, we come before you with humility and gratitude as the city council members and the mayor of Madera gathered to serve the people of this community. Lord, grant wisdom to every decision and clarity to every decision in every area. May everything be done with integrity, and may it be for the betterment of the city. Guide these leaders to seek what is just, to act with compassion, and to work together in unity for the good of all. May their efforts bring progress, fairness to those they represent. Bless this meeting with respect, purpose, and peace and understanding. We entrust this time unto you, O Lord. We pray this in Jesus' name. And the church, everyone says, amen.
Amen.
That's all right. Let the church say
Let the church say amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Hernandez and Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah. At this time, I will bring the approval to the agenda to my colleagues. Any questions or comments or changes? I see none. I will ask for a motion and a second.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second it.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Moving on, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Moving on to presentations, the first presentation is Certificate of Commendation for the Madtown Robotics Team 4th World Championship Achievement.
This is an exciting evening with all the proclamations, but these young people have represented our city above and beyond. That they are world, not city, not state. They are world champions, and they're from our city of Madera robotics team. Can I call them up here with their advisors, please? Yeah. I think we have How many are on this team? 20? Kind of squeeze in. tall in the back, just a little less tall in the front. You want to switch right here? Oh, there's our scene. Can you switch? There we go. Okay, it's going to be hard to get them all on the camera for those that are watching online, but here at home, you're getting a good shot of it. We are so proud of them. The City Council Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah is part of that team, and he's going to say a few words tonight. I know how hard all of you have worked. We're talking days and nights, late nights, on top of going to school and doing other projects. And I know some of us here are probably seniors getting ready for our senior year and scholarship. It's a great commitment that all of you have committed to be on this team and to take it all the way to the top. So on behalf of the City Council and the Mayor, I have a certificate. But before I do that, I want to call over Arturo to come over. He's a representative from Senator Ana Caballero, who has also certificates for you. So come on down. So the first certificate, I want to honor Madtown Robotics Team 1323, 2026 World Champions. The Madera City Council commends you and your remarkable achievements in becoming the fourth, not first, not second, not third, fourth time world champions. Congratulations on this exciting and
Hello, City Council and Mayor. So I do have a packet, but I believe in the interest of time, I'm just going to give it to the advisor and they can later pass on. But I just want to briefly give a little different remarks. So last week I was part of the City Education, and the Madera Chamber announced that they did that because schools were an investment to our youth, right? And we also have had before students from Madera reach high levels at mock hearing. And now they're 4 years here. And I went to the Madera County Board of Supervisors yesterday, and there was a supervisor who said that maybe they were starting a dynasty, but it's also a legacy to that end. And I believe if there's any investors trying to look at Madera right now, they ought to see that our students here in Madera are capable and have the qualities to be in any of these Fortune 500 companies. So with that, Arturo Martinez, Senior District Representative for the Office of Caballero, and my remarks for this one, but I have certificates for all of you.
thank you for that.
And with that, again, as somebody who's been mentoring on the team for many years, it does take a lot of strong leadership to build this team. It's not just a lot of luck that brings our success. It comes with a lot of hard work and dedication, but very strong leadership. So with that, we'd like to also recognize those mentors that have helped make this team possible, and hopefully a dynasty in the legacy. And with that, won't we read them all? So we'll call up Elias Avila. Come on, Elias.
Yeah.
Ranjit Shahal. You're in here. There you are. Gabriel's here. And then Gabriel Alcantara. No, we're not here. Who else is here? That's it. Okay.
Okay.
So the rest of them, but again, I know they're not all here tonight, but just remember that it does take a lot of work. It takes a lot of hours that they put in, and it's also because they, just like myself, they believe in the team. They believe what these kids are going to become after this program, and we just want you to be very proud of them. I can't say it enough that, again, it's a world scale. When these guys go to events, they're a team to be feared, and that's something that you guys should be proud of as being part of Madera. So with that, we'll turn it over. Thank you.
And at this time, I want everyone to know who they are. And so if you could please say your first and last name and what grade you're in, so we know if we're going to see your face again or you're going to be part of this coaching team here.
My name is Jonathan Vasquez, and I'm a junior.
My name is Miguel Vargas, and I'm a senior.
My name is Noah Zong, and I'm a senior.
My name is Braden Bispham, and I'm a junior.
I'm Jade Nava, and I'm a freshman.
My name is Thomas Cisano. I'm a junior.
My name is Samuel Sines. I'm a freshman.
My name is Elijah Calderon, and I am a senior.
My name is Christian Hare, and I'm a freshman.
My name is Ricardo Beltran, and I'm a sophomore.
My name is Emmanuel Perez, and I'm a senior.
My name is Brianna Mendoza, and I'm a junior.
My name is Brenda Hernandez, and I'm a sophomore.
My name is Marbella Vasquez, and I'm a freshman.
My name is Ian Bergen, and I'm a sophomore.
My name is Henry Santiago, and I'm a junior.
Nice and loud, robotic team.
My name is Angel Rodriguez. I'm a junior.
My name is Stephen Duncan, and I'm a sophomore.
Let's give them a big round of applause. And I know this is a big group, but we'd like you to kind of go behind our council members to take a photo with all of us so we can kind of squeeze in those that are really tall in the back. Hard time. Go 3D.
One step forward, front row, so we can get
More people in the back, little heads.
And then if you can get in between persons in the back.
This guy's this side, turn. That side, turn towards us so we can.
No, we still have people.
Let's scoot down a little bit more, please. Perfect. Go.
Just lay down.
Councilwoman Evans, Member Montes. We got it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hold your pose.
Next time she says 3, I want to hear world champions, everyone.
All right.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
World champions!
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck, seniors. Good luck. Come back to us. Thank you. Next item, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Next item is item number 3, proclamation recognizing letter carrier stamp out hunger food drive.
That will be presented by Council Member Montez.
Good evening, everyone. This one's just as cool as robotics, right? Can we have our postmaster join us? Postmaster and her staff. I'll be quick. So this proclamation is for Letter Carrier Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive Day. All right. So whereas every year on the second Saturday of May, letter carriers run the country's largest single-day food drive, collecting donations along their routes to feed the hungry. And whereas letter carriers have demonstrated their dedication to serving the public by collecting more than 1.94 billion pounds of food through their annual Stamp Out Hunger initiative since 1991, and whereas we applaud our letter carriers' dedication, hard work, and commitment to fighting hunger in our community, and whereas all of the food collected in our community stays in our community and is distributed to local food banks. And now, therefore, let it be resolved that Mayor Cici Gallegos and the entire City Council of Madera do hereby proclaim May 9th, 2026 as Letter Carriers Stamp Out Food Drive Day. Thank you for everything you do.
I think
It's all written in proclamation already. The best part about this food drive is it happens in across all 50 states, and the food stays locally. So the local food banks and the churches, however way they distribute that food in the. And this year we collected about 470 pounds of food in Madera post office. And that all benefited the Madera Food Bank. That will be benefiting the community from that food distribution that will be happening. I'm joined in here with me, NALC officer Andrea Nodal. She helped organized it throughout the Fresno County and beyond through the NALC. That's the National Association of Letter Carriers. And then I'm joined with Jeff Upton, who is the local NALC member that helped us organize this. Thank you. Appreciate the City Council for this nomination. Thank you.
I'm coming.
Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for recognition.
Next, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Is proclamation number 4, proclamation recognizing Relay for Life.
That'll be presented by our Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Thank you. We'll wait for the group to get here. Thank you. So Relay for Life is a volunteer-led movement where communities unite to honor survivors, remember lost loved ones, and fundraise for cancer research, patient support, and advocacy efforts. It is often a 24-hour overnight walkathon that transforms grief into hope and fights cancer as a community. And the City of Madera proudly supports and recognizes the volunteers, survivors, caregivers who make our annual Relay for Life a success in raising essential funds for cancer research and patient services. And let it be known that CC Gallegos, Mayor of the City of Madera, and on behalf of the entire City Council, encourage all citizens to support Relay for Life in advancing the fight against cancer and promoting hope for a cancer-free future. Thank you.
All right.
Just want to say to the community, we really need some more volunteers and participation to start coming out for our Relay for Life. We try to hold it always the first weekend in May. We know it falls the same time as a lot of events as far as the schools, but we really are striving to get more participation. This cancer touches a lot of lives. We know many people out there who are touched by cancer, and we want to keep up this fight. There is no cure until the fight doesn't end until we find a cure. So we want to keep this up. We really would appreciate getting our youth involved, coming out to help support us and keep this journey going. My husband and I, Doug and I, have been doing this since 2004. We would love to see it keep growing. So we appreciate everything. And thank you so much to the City Council.
A presentation, but go ahead.
On behalf of part of the Relay for Life leadership team, we would have this plaque we would like to present to the City of Madera for all of your participation and support for Relay.
Thank you. Wow, thank you.
So our speaker said it best again, Arturo Martinez Jr., Senior District Representative for the Office of Caballero. I do have a certificate, so I just present it in the interest of time. Sorry, y'all. I brought a certificate for all the event, all the proclamations today. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
I am. I just wait till everybody goes by. It's no sense in hopping up. Oh.
We will cherish our plaque. Thank you to the leadership. Next proclamation
is a proclamation recognizing Public Service Week.
that will be presented by Council Member Rodriguez.
Good evening, all. It's always great to see a lot of faces here at the City Council, so I'm going to try to keep it long, keep you guys here as long as I can. With that, before I call up the recipients of this proclamation, I am going to take a moment here just to add some words. As we recognize Public Service Week, we want to take a moment to express our deep appreciation for the individuals who keep the City of Madera moving forward every day. Our public servants across every department and every role show up with their dedication, integrity, and commitment to serving our community. Their work often happens behind the scenes, and I can tell you that's exactly what happens. It's behind the scenes, but its impacts it's felt in every neighborhood, every service, and every resident's daily life. Today we honor their contribution and reaffirm their gratitude, our gratitude for their continued service to the people of Madera. With that, I'm going to ask that the recipients of these awards come up. We have Nicole Say. She represents mid-management. We can give her a round of applause. Now, this next individual has a cool name, Officer McCool, representing the Madera Police. If I didn't say, Nicole Say represents the mid-management. Commander Arnold, Josiah Arnold.
Yeah.
Representing the law enforcement mid-management. And last but not least, we have Rocky Protzman representing the general bargaining unit.
All right.
All right, so I'll go ahead and read this proclamation, and if you all want to have some words you'd like to say, please step forward. So the Public Service Recognition Week, whereas Public Service Recognition Week is a week-long event that occurs annually the first full week of May to honor federal, state, county, and local government employees who serve the public. And whereas public service is an honorable, rewarding, and challenging field covering diverse roles from safety and infrastructure to administration and are essential for effective governance. And whereas the City of Madera prides itself on a diverse workforce committed to integrity and excellence, which significantly strengthens the Madera community. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Mayor C.C. Gallegos and the City of Madera, and on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 as Public Service Recognition Week. All right. So with that, Commander, there you go. And I think we also have another recognition here from the State Senator's office too. So Arturo.
Alrighty, y'all. Arturo Martinez, Junior Senior District with Officer Caballero again with the proclamation for Public Service Week. It reads, on the occasion of Public Service Week recognized through a proclamation by the City of Madera, whereas public service professionals and public sector employees contribute to the operation, continuity, and delivery of services in communities that rely on each day, and whereas Public Service Week is being recognized in connection with efforts to acknowledge the continued dedication, professionalism, and service of individuals working across public serving institutions and organizations within the community. Now, therefore, the Office of Senator Ana M. Caballero hereby recognizes Public Service Week in acknowledgement of the contributions and continued service of public sector professionals within the community. So I did bring the 4 certificates for the 4 different units.
While Arturo prepares those certificates, if any of you would like to make some comments, some brief comments, please step up to the mic. I will say once again and reiterate that a lot of us depend on the public service. Sometimes we don't see it. Like I said earlier, it's behind the scenes, but a lot of the stuff that we go through, whether it's water, police, safety, infrastructure, wherever it is, these people are the ones that are doing that work, and their dedication and commitment is certainly appreciated. Any words you'd like to say?
You know, I'll just add, there's a separate proclamation for Police Week, but which we'll get to in a little bit. But sure, there's some glamour around law enforcement, and we're out there very public facing, but we can't do our jobs without everyone else doing theirs. We're all an equal sized piece of the puzzle. So I also thank you guys for all the work you do supporting us in the city of Madera.
Right.
Hello again.
Hello. We're going to try to tidy up maybe sideways.
Ready? On 3. 1, 2.
Thank you again.
Oh, put it on place.
Is that mine? Okay.
Mine is right there.
Yeah, okay, we're good.
I'll have to move it.
And for the next proclamation is a proclamation recognizing International Firefighters Day.
All right. At this time, I'd like to call our chief fire. We have 2 of our fire chiefs here. We do have station, who's coming in? Oh, 56. All right, 57 and 58. Come on in, gentlemen, right here. Got this. Ooh, another big picture. We're going to have to put the people that are a little taller in the back.
All crew.
All right. Perfect. This is amazing that the city of Madera has 3 firehouses and firefighters that protect each and every one of you. So when you go to sleep at night and something is to happen in your home, you know that it's going to be taken care of. And these gentlemen and women do a great job in protecting our city residents each and every night. So with this, I would like to give this proclamation an International Firefighters Day. It observes each year on May 4th. Firefighters Day is a day dedicated to acknowledge the incredible courage and unwavering dedication of firefighters around the globe and our city of Madera. Their tireless efforts, ranging from battling massive fires to providing critical local services, are indispensable to our community. We honor firefighters who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty and for their commitments and the people they serve. I, Cece Gallegos, Mayor of the City of Madera, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 4th, 2026 as International Firefighters Day. We thank you for all of your services.
Sure. I'll just move it.
Madam Mayor, council members, on behalf of Madera City Fire Department, I'd like to emphasize your fire department. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you guys this evening to receive this proclamation. You know, it's a job that we do each and every day to provide a high level of emergency services to each and every one of you in your time of need. And we just like to thank you for the support that you continue to give us. I would also like to have our field battalion chief, Anthony Garcia. I may oversee the department, but Chief Garcia oversees the day-to-day operations of each and every one of these fine gentlemen behind me. And I'd like to have Chief Garcia come up and say a few words on behalf of my team behind me.
Thank you, Anthony Garcia, Battalion Chief in charge of operations. And just to kind of mirror what Chief Pendarvis said is, not just because I'm the chief of the city and these guys and girls behind me, but I think we have one of the strongest fire departments in the state of California, if not the nation. I mean, these guys are proactive every single day, putting in countless hours. It's not just running emergency calls. They're flowing hydrants, they're painting hydrants, they're doing business inspections, they're doing training every day, physical fitness, up all night, up and down all day. So I congratulate these guys behind me, and we couldn't do it without your support. Thank you.
And these are not all our firefighters. We do have both crews in all three stations that are off right now. We also have some of our retired firefighters that have been with our city for decades here in the back of the room over here. And at this time, I would like to give the mic over to Mr. Martinez.
Hello, City Councilor Arturo Martinez Jr., Senior District Representative for the Office of State Senator Caballero. We do have a certificate of recognition, and it reads, on the occasion of International Fires Day, recognized through a proclamation by the City of Madera, whereas firefighters and fire service personnel contribute to the protection of lives, property, and public safety through emergency response, preparedness, and service to their communities, and whereas International Firefighters Day is being recognized in connection with efforts to honor the professionalism, dedication, and continued service of firefighters and emergency personnel serving communities locally and throughout the world. Now, therefore, the Office of Senator Ana M. Caballero hereby recognizes International Firefighters Day in acknowledgement of the service, commitment, and sacrifices made by firefighters and fire service professionals within the community. Thank you.
So let's hustle. Okay, tall ones in the back. I think we're gonna need that. Can I get a move up already, Alicia? We need some more firefighters, fire engineers. You need them to, you got them all, Alicia?
No, we need to, they need to stagger.
Do we need Rodriguez and our council members in the back? Are we good? Okay.
Ready on 3? 1, 2, 3. More.
World firefighters.
No, Steve's.
Stay safe, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, your police week, huh?
We're going to make a world record in time on all these proclamations tonight here. Next one, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Is proclamation recognizing National Police Week.
Thank you. Presented by Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Thank you. Who's going to be coming up for representation here? Josiah?
Come on, Dean.
We're okay for a minute. It's okay.
Right.
So just like fire, for us in the city of Madera, police is also serves a very important role. Again, for many of us at a time at our most need, I know in this week, our police department has been very busy with a lot of tragedy, unfortunately. So it's always important to give them recognition for all the work that they do. Let it be known as National Police Week is observed annually and honors the service and sacrifices of law enforcement officers across the United States. And whereas law enforcement personnel embody courage and unwavering integrity, sacrificing their own safety to uphold community welfare. And whereas National Police Week is a time to honor, reflect, and express our deepest gratitude to the men and women of law enforcement for their service, and to remember those officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. And where it is important to acknowledge and support the critical, often dangerous work law enforcement does to keep our community safe. Now, let it be resolved that on behalf of Mayor Ceci Gallegos and on the entire City Council, that we proclaim May 10th through the 16th as National Police Week. Thank you.
I'll just add that it's an honor to serve alongside the high caliber people that we have at our department that are absolutely represented here tonight by our Canine Officer, Jeremy Trin, Detective Dina Santos, and our Field Training Officer, McCool, behind me. I also want to thank Councilmember Montez for reaching out this week and expressing his support and gratitude and kind of understanding for some of the difficult calls that these officers faced. And again, I cannot thank them enough and cannot state enough how proud I am to work alongside them.
Hello, City Councilor Arturo Martinez Jr., Senior District Representative for the Office of Senator Caballero, and we have a certificate. On the occasion of National Police Week, recognized through a proclamation by the City of Madera, whereas law enforcement professionals contribute to public safety and community well-being through public service, emergency response, and continued efforts to protect and serve their communities. And whereas the National Police Week is being recognized in connection with efforts to honor the professionalism, dedication, and continued service of law enforcement personnel, while also remembering those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Now, therefore, the Office of Senator Ana M. Caballero hereby recognizes National Police Week in acknowledgement of the service, commitment, and sacrifices made by the law enforcement professionals within the community and our city of Madera.
And for the next proclamation, it's a proclamation recognizing National Foster Care Awareness Month.
All right. Dear to my heart, I'm a school teacher, so I have children day and night. It seems like I'm a grandmother also. That's the little voices that you're hearing out here. They're here for this proclamation, and I think Dad's going to get them right now. And when he does, come on up. We have the honor of just not giving this proclamation to a resident. This was a decade firefighter who just retired from the city of Madera and has also raised many children of his own and has foster children that he's raising right now with his beautiful wife, and they're all coming up. This is your time, ladies. How exciting. So in May, we recognize National Foster Care Awareness Month. And with that, it aims to raise awareness about the need of children and youth in foster care. National Foster Care Month recognizes the valuable contributions of foster parents, family members, social workers, and other professionals who support these children. Foster care provides a critical system of support and advocacy, helping to build stable, nurturing relationships for abused and neglected children. Retired firefighter Alberto Guzman and his wife had demonstrated exceptional dedication as foster parents over several years. So I hereby, Cece Gallegos, Mayor of City of Madera, on behalf of the entire City Council, proclaim this National Foster Care Awareness Month, May 2026. Congratulations.
This guy, he's so shy. So we've been fostering for about 19 years now. We've had several children come through our home, and we've been fortunate enough to find a forever home for 3 of our children, our 3 youngest that are with us. So that makes a total of 6 children in our home right now, our 3 biological and our 3 adopted. But thank you guys. Thank you, City of Madera, for the recognition. Believe me, having Beto home now, he plays daddy daycare. So thank you very much.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead and then come on up.
All righty. I know I've been doing a lot of days. So Arturo Martinez Jr., Senior District Representative for the office of Senator Ana Caballero. Before I start, I do want to acknowledge that taking care of our foster youth has been really dear and hard to our senator's office. She did help with the efforts last year to pass the Foster Care Act, which was Senate Bill 624, legislation to expand access to foster youth tax credit. This bill would direct $1 million in unutilized foster youth tax credit funds to establish standardized outreach protocols for county child welfare agencies to ensure that foster youth are equipped with the financial resources they need to thrive once they reach 18 years of age. And there's more. If anyone wants to read it, it's available on the senator's website, senatorcaballero.gov. But the other one, I do have a certificate as well, and it reads, on the occasion of National Foster Care Awareness Month, recognized through a proclamation by the city of Madera, whereas foster care awareness efforts contribute to encouraging understanding, support, and recognition for children, youth, families, caregivers, and professionals connected to the foster care community. And whereas National Foster Care Awareness Month is being recognized in connection with efforts to acknowledge the importance of providing stability, support, and resources for children and families involved in foster care and related support services. Now, therefore, the Office of Senator Ana M. Caballero hereby recognizes National Foster Care Awareness Month in acknowledgement of the individuals, families, caregivers, advocates, and organizations who contribute to supporting children and youth within the foster care community. And to the family here today, thank you for all you do.
You guys want to get us out of here? 'Cause this one. They get so excited. I'm sorry, you guys.
Okay, those are babies.
This one claps for everyone gets excited. But Emily, Lynette, right here in front of Dad. Right there. Perfect.
Ready? Yeah. 1, 3, 1, 2.
Thank you.
Good wishes.
Yeah, it's cute.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Is a proclamation recognizing Public Works Week.
Now it's my turn. Come on, come on, come on, Public Works, Public Works. Thank you so very much. Blessings to each and every one of you here today. First and foremost, I want to tell you that when you drive down your streets and you see things are happening, it's because of this team that is behind me. Public Works, I thank each and every one of you. I thank you so very much for all that you do. And I would like to present the proclamation now from the City of Madera. And I have to put my glasses on because when you get a certain age, you have to be able to see. City of Madera, City Council Proclamation, National Public Works Week. Whereas Madera's public work professional manage vital infrastructure and service that fosters resilience, sustainability, and healthy communities. And whereas our communities that thrive thanks to public works professionals across all government levels who work tirelessly to construct, upgrade, and secure vital infrastructure like water treatment, transportation, and public facilities. Whereas enduring that the citizens of Madera understand and appreciate the vital role of the local public works project is essential for our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that our Mayor, C.C. Gallegos, and the entire City Council do hereby proclaim May 17th through May 23rd as Public Works National Week. Thank you so very much. And we also have
Thank you, Arturo Martinez Jr., Senior District Representative for the Office, Senator Ana M. Caballero was the office certificate for this one. On the occasion of Public Works Week, recognize through a proclamation by the City of Madera, whereas Public Works professionals contribute to the maintenance, operation, and improvement of infrastructure and essential services that support the daily needs, safety, and functionality of local communities. And whereas Public Works Week is being recognized in connection with efforts to acknowledge the continued professionalism, dedication, and service of Public Works personnel whose work supports transportation systems, public facilities, utilities, and community operations. Now, therefore, the Office of Senator Ana M. Caballero hereby recognizes Public Works Week in acknowledgement of the contributions and continued service of public works professionals within the Madera community. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce our Public Works Director, Javier. Would you like to have something to say?
Yeah.
And present this to you as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank all our citizens believing in us. And just to let you know, we as a Public Works are here to work for you guys. We are here 24/7 to help you guys. And thank you again for believing in us and making a success for City of Madera. Thank you. Anybody from my team?
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Squeeze in sideways here.
On three, 1, 2, 3, more.
Next item, City Clerk Gonzalez,
Is a proclamation recognizing World No Tobacco Day.
and presented by Councilmember Rodriguez.
All right. Back again. Before I get started, I do want to just acknowledge this young man here, Arturo Martinez Jr. from the State Senator's Office. And the reason why is because not only is he here for 10 of these proclamations. He's probably got 10 more proclamations on our neighboring city, and I appreciate everything you do in the state senator. So a round of applause for this gentleman.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and proceed with the proclamation recognizing World No Tobacco Day. And to accept the proclamation, we have the Department of Health staff. We have Renee Silva, Jacqueline Guerrero, and Alejandra Vasquez. Are you all here? Great, awesome. So with that, this proclamation, World No Tobacco Day, whereas tobacco use remains one of the leading causes of preventable illness and death worldwide, and tobacco addiction robs too many people of their potential. And whereas we are dedicated to safeguarding our young people and building a smoke-free future, and whereas the choices we make today shape the health of tomorrow's generations, and whereas together we can break the cycle of addiction and disease. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the mayor of the city of Madera, Cece Gallegos, and the entire City Council do hereby proclaim May 31st, 2026 as World No Tobacco Day. Have one of you guys speak. I'll let Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez, for those kind words. Arturo Martinez Jr., Senior District Representative for the Office Senator Ana Caballero. World No Tobacco Day. On the occasion of World No Tobacco Day, recognized through a proclamation by the City of Madera, whereas public health awareness and prevention efforts that encourage education, informed decision-making, and wellness contribute to supporting healthier communities and increasing awareness regarding the impacts of tobacco use and nicotine addiction. And whereas World No Tobacco Day is being recognized in connection with efforts to promote community awareness, prevention education, and ongoing conversations surrounding public health, wellness, and tobacco-related health risks. Now, therefore, the Office of Senator Ana M. Caballero hereby recognizes World No Tobacco Day in acknowledgement of public health awareness, prevention, and community education efforts related to tobacco use and wellness in our community of Madera. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Guerrero, and I am representing the Madera County Department of Public Health. I am here with American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, who we work really closely with, as well as Students Working Against Tobacco. Firstly, I would like to thank the mayor, the city council members, and the city manager for their support in sharing this day of awareness. The World Health Organization created World No Tobacco Day in 1987 to draw global attention to the tobacco epidemic and the preventable death and disease it causes. This annual observance raises global awareness about the dangers of tobacco use, the harmful practices of the tobacco industry, and the actions the World Health Organization is taking to combat the tobacco epidemic. Tobacco use remains the leading cause of preventable disease worldwide. The commercial tobacco and nicotine industry continues to reinvent and repackage its products to hook a new generation, particularly children and teens, while evading stronger tobacco control measures worldwide. In December 2022, California enacted SB 793, which prohibits the sale of flavored tobacco products statewide. Yet the 2024 California Youth Tobacco Survey shows that 84.5% of high school students who currently use tobacco are still using flavored tobacco products, underscoring how effectively the tobacco industry continues to exploit loopholes and market these products to youth. In recognition of World No Tobacco Day, our department will be hosting an informative webinar on May 28th from 6 to 7 p.m. to help parents stay aware of the latest developments in vaping and smoking. During this session, we'll discuss how to recognize signs of use, raise awareness at home, and take practical steps to support your child. Parents will also learn about available cessation resources and how to access the support their families may need. If you would like to get involved in reducing tobacco access to children, please reach out to the Madera County Tobacco Department of Public Health Tobacco Control and Prevention Program at 559-517-7871. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sara Santiago. I am here today as an American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, and Viva volunteer, and I am also a high school student. Thank you for this proclamation and the opportunity to speak today about World No Tobacco Day and why this issue matters to young people like me. Every year on May 31st, people raise awareness about the dangers of tobacco use, which remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease in California, the United States, and the world. What worries me most is how tobacco companies constantly lure kids with fruit and candy flavored tobacco products, even though their sale is illegal in California. My friends and I also see aggressive marketing everywhere on social media, online, in music videos, and in ads designed to make tobacco products seem safe and cool. But the truth is quite different. Nicotine is highly addictive, especially for young people whose brains are still developing. Tobacco products like e-cigarettes and nicotine pouches can contain massive amounts of nicotine that can hurt memory, learning, attention, and mental health. Many people also don't realize that e-cigarettes aerosol is not vapor. Just like cigarette smoke, it can contain dangerous chemicals that affect the health of the person using it and those around them, even outdoors. When indoors, both secondhand aerosol and smoke can spread through wall cracks, windows, plumbing lines, and ventilation systems. World No Tobacco Day is not only about raising awareness, it's about taking action. We all have a role to play in protecting our families, friends, neighbors, and future generations from the dangers of tobacco use. Whether it's supporting someone who wants to quit or supporting good public health policies, creating a healthier Madera is in our hands. Thank you.
Go up there, take a picture. Thank you. Squeeze in there, sideways. Make sure you catch this. Thank you so much.
I'll fit in.
What a great evening to keep going and a lot of presentations going on next. City Clerk Gonzalez, can you move us to the next item?
Is public comment. The first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold the comment until that item is called. Comments on items listed as public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time.
Thank you for that. At this time, I open it up for public comment. Anybody in the chamber that would like to have a comment, come on up.
Good evening, city council members and mayor. I did have a certificate for National Association of Letter Carriers, but I was also taking a picture with the students from Matter Robotics, so I'll leave it here with you all.
Thank
you. But I do have some quick remarks on behalf of our office. I want to provide a brief update regarding our office's continued engagement throughout the city and county of Madera. Over the course of this month, our office has remained active across a number of community events and initiatives. We attended the ribbon cuttings for Carval's and 7-Eleven, recognizing continued investment, business growth, and economic activity within the community. Earlier today, we also had the opportunity to attend the ribbon cutting for the WOW Workforce on Wheels van, it was encouraging to see continued efforts focused on expanding workforce development opportunities and increasing access to services directly within communities throughout the region. In addition, our office participated in the Salute to Education event hosted by the Madera Chamber of Commerce, which brought together educators and community leaders in recognition of educational achievement and the importance of investing in future generations. Our team also conducted outreach and community engagement efforts in the unincorporated communities of Lavina and Parkwood on behalf of the Senator's office. These outreach opportunities continue to be important in helping connect residents with state resources and ensuring communities across Madera County remain engaged and informed. The Office of Senator Caballero remains committed to working collaboratively with local leaders, community organizations, and regional partners on issues impacting Madera and the Burro Central Valley. Thank you for all your continued services and partnership. And with that, I do want to leave that open. We have been partnering with a lot of partners and community members. So I know some of you have had the privilege to probably see me every day of this week because I'm out throughout Madera. But if there's ever an event you want me to be a part of, listen in, take notes, or anything like that, please let me know. I'm more than happy and flexible to be here with you all partnering to better serve our Madera constituents. Thank you very much.
Mr. Martinez. I see no one in the chamber. City Clerk Gonzalez, any resident online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I close public comment at this time and move on to the next item.
Is item A1, consideration of general plan amendment and rezone to change the general plan land use map and amend the official zoning map.
Thank you for that. That will be presented by our Community Development Director, Mr. Tackett.
Good evening, Mayor Gallegos, Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah, council members, Will Tackett, Community Development Director. This item before you this evening is consideration of General Plan Amendment 2026-03 and Rezone 2026-01. This is a housing element program implementation action. If this council recalls, when you adopted our six cycle housing element, we mentioned that brings us into closer compliance, but our process is not quite complete. In order to reach substantial conformance, this rezoning action is required to be implemented. I don't know if I've got control here, Alicia.
Just the arrows.
I'm hitting them.
He's moving his picture around.
There it goes. Thank you. So as a reminder, on February 4th, 2026, this council approved General Plan Amendment 2026-01, adopting the 2024-2032 six-cycle housing element. The housing element does serve as a state-mandated housing plan for a local jurisdiction, and it must identify adequate sites, policies, and programs to facilitate housing production across all income levels. The housing element does include goals, policies, and programs which aim to encourage the development of a variety of housing opportunities and to provide adequate sites to meet the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, during the planning period, which is from 2024 to 2032. And I've lost it again.
Go ahead.
There we go. The housing element does identify a comprehensive inventory of vacant and non-vacant opportunity sites, which are intended to accommodate the city's RHNA. And the housing element also explains that the city must provide adequate zoning capacity and development opportunities across all income levels through a combination of both existing residential zone land and redevelopment potential and strategic rezoning programs. So our listing of RHNA, including the housing element, included existing sites that were zoned to meet that RHNA need. This rezoning is intended to complement the delta or achieve the delta to reach our ultimate capacity. Program A1 of the housing element states the city will rezone 3 areas to provide adequate sites to meet that housing need. Those sites were illustrated in Appendix A, the site inventory mapped to the housing element, and were listed specifically in Appendix B, the RHNA sites inventory. The housing element identified 82 parcels, or approximately 123 acres, that are to be rezoned to the R3. It's a high-density residential, 1 unit for each 871 square feet of site area zone district in order to meet the RHNA allocation. In accordance with our general plan policy, specifically LU 32, zoning does need to be consistent with our general plan land use designation. So the general plan amendment being presented to you this evening proposes to redesignate those same sites to the high density residential to provide that consistency in accordance with table LUA, our zoning district consistency matrix. So we're going to run through the 3 rezoning areas here as they were included within the housing element. First is the Sherwood Way rezone area. This includes 16 parcels comprising just over 11 acres, located on the northwest and northeast corners of the intersection of Sherwood Way and Owen Street. Those are the boundary is shown there in red on the screen. These slides, the slide on the left shows the existing general plan land use designation. That light tan color identifies a medium density residential designation for all of those parcels. And then the slide on the right is the proposed general plan amendment to change the land use designation for those parcels to the high density residential designation. These 2 slides represent the proposed rezoning action. The slide on the left shows that the properties are currently zoned C1, light commercial, and then also have a planned development designation for in the light yellow. It's also important to note that those properties are not currently zoned consistent with their existing land use designation, so they cannot be developed under their existing residential zone district designation. The slide on the right again shows the proposed rezoning to the R3 zone district for those parcels. The second area is our largest one. It is the northern rezone area. It includes 64 parcels and just over 100 acres of land located on both the west and east sides of Country Club, adjacent to Sharon Boulevard on the west, Adele Street and Ellis on the northerly sides, Owen Street on the east, and Clark Street on the south. Again, these slides show the existing general plan land use designation. We have a combination of medium density, commercial, office, and low density residential designations within this area. And the slide on the right shows the redesignation of those lands to the high density residential. Please also note the box here on screen. Staff is proposing that parcel APN 003250012 be excluded from the plan amendment and rezone. The property owner for that parcel at 407 West Clark Street did appear at our Planning Commission meeting. This is one of a few parcels that is zoned and designated for commercial. So it can be developed with commercial uses at this time, and that owner has asked that we exclude that parcel at this time. To leave it commercial, it remains within the frontage of commercial to the south. From an urban form standpoint, staff can support this. If the property owner chooses to come back at some point in the future and designate that as high density residential, it is identified in the housing element and would provide a streamlined process to do that. So it affords an option, but at this point in time, staff is supportive of excluding that from the plan amendment and rezone. Staff and our contract consultant for the housing element also conferred with HCD to make sure that this was acceptable, and we did receive written confirmation that we would still be in compliance with this parcel removed. The parcel is approximately 0.7 acres. It was delegated for 26 above moderate income units. Our RENA allocation not only identified what we need to meet the RENA, but also provided a 20% buffer above that RENA allocation. HCD recommends we keep that buffer between 15 and 30%. We proposed it at 20. With the removal of this parcel, our above moderate income allocation would fall to 19%, but we're still well within that range. So with this exclusion, we would still be able to meet our RENA capacity, and we would still provide an adequate buffer. These slides again show the proposed rezoning. So you can see on the left-hand screen, much of the lands are designated commercial. We have some unclassified zone districts, which were not designated when they came in and were annexed. And then the screen on the right shows those parcels with the exclusion of the APN just mentioned being rezoned to the R3 zone district. And our third and final rezone area is the southern rezone area. This includes 2 parcels to the southwest of State Route 99 and Gateway. It's approximately 5.5 acres of land. This includes 1 full parcel and a portion of an adjacent parcel to the south, for which staff previously had conversations with the property owner and for which there was an interest in redesignated that high density residential. Again, our existing general plan land use designation on the left-hand slide, you can see that the northerly parcel is designated for commercial currently, and the portion of the southerly parcel is split between office and commercial. The slide on the right shows the proposed change of the land use designation to the high-density residential designation. These slides show the existing zoning on the left. Again, that northerly parcel that is designated currently for commercial is zoned commercial highway. And then the southerly parcel, the portion of, is currently designated for a mix of professional office and also highway commercial. And then the slide on the right again shows the full parcel and the portion of the southerly parcel being redesignated to the R3 residential district. So staff does want to take a moment to talk about what we envision for the ultimate urban form. So on Country Club Boulevard, it's important to note that we have bookends designated for commercial all the way up to Avenue 17, which isn't shown on the screen to the left. Staff does not see the logic in low-density residential designations along that corridor, which would most commonly be developed with single-family units backing on. So part of the logic in adding this high-density residential behind those commercial properties and within walking distances to facilitate ultimately a mixed-use corridor, a horizontal mixed-use corridor. We have Matilda Torres to the north. We have Big Box on the south. And rather than see this corridor develop out as big box or strip commercial, staff would propose to initiate a plan amendment to fill in those corners that are outlined in red on the left-hand slide and modify those to the commercial. In doing so, we can facilitate neighborhood serving commercial uses that are walkable. We can reduce VMT, and with the frontage of the high density, we can start to create a more walkable, pedestrian-friendly mixed-use corridor along Country Club. On the east, or on the right-hand slide, you can see the southern rezone area. The area that is hatched is actually part of a larger parcel outlined with the dotted white line. That portion would remain commercial and under the commercial highway zone district designation. Because that is a portion of a parcel which already has a high density residential designation to the west and to the south, where we have stub streets that would provide future connectivity to those parcels, staff would also propose initiating a plan amendment to change that entire parcel to high density residential for contiguity. And so we don't leave an island of commercial without access there. This project is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, subject to the California Public Resources Code, because CEQA does not apply to a rezoning that implements the schedule of actions contained in an approved housing element pursuant to subdivision C, section 65583 of the Government Code. Staff is recommending that this council adopt a resolution determining the project is exempt, subject to the California Public Resources Code, and approving general plan amendment 2020-603 to amend the general plan land use map, change the land use designations for the 3 areas of the city to the high density residential designation as described in the 6th cycle housing element, but excluding APN 003-250012 as was previously represented in the presentation. Staff has handed out to the dais modified Exhibit A1 for the GPA General Plan Amendment Resolution and proposes that that be substituted, showing the exclusion of the parcel mentioned. Secondly, staff is recommending the council waive full reading and introduce by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Madera approving rezone RAZ 2020-601 and amending the official City of Madera zoning map to rezone 3 areas of the city to the R3. It's the residential 1 unit for each 871 square feet of side area zone district, as described in the City of Madera's adopted 2024-2032 6th cycle housing element, again excluding APN 003-250012, as mentioned within the presentation. Staff has also provided the council, the public, and the clerk with the modified Exhibit A1 to the rezoning ordinance and ask that that be substituted for the illustration within your packet. With that, that concludes staff's presentation. I am available to answer questions, and we also have Hannah Kreitman with Michael Baker International, our housing element contract consultant, online if the council has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tackett. I bring it back to my colleagues for questions or concerns. I see none. At this time, I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone in the chamber? I see none. Any residents online or on Zoom?
No one online and no written public comment, Mayor.
Okay, I will close public hearing at this time and bring it back to my colleagues for a motion in a second.
Yeah. Move to adopt with modified exhibits and waive full reading.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Director Tackett. Moving on to the next item.
That would be item A2, public hearing regarding annexation number 18, Anna State Subdivision into Community Facilities District number 2005-1 under the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982 and related actions.
Thank you for that, and that'll be presented by our Senior Planner Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council members. Senior Planner Robert Smith. This project represents annexation number 18 for the Sienna Estates residential subdivision into the Community Facilities District, which is a way to create special tax for public service funding throughout the city when generated by new development. The district to be annexed is highlighted to the west of the city, and the map shows other annexations previously brought into the district. The map was approved for 113 lot residential subdivision with conditions of approval requiring the applicant to make this annexation application. The assessment would be $583 per unit for this new annexation. The recommendation to council this evening is to hold the public hearing, adopt the resolution authorising the annexation and authorising the levy of special taxes and submitting that for qualified electors, to conduct the election of the qualified electors, and then to adopt the resolution of the city for the certain findings certifying the results of the election. Staff is available for questions at this time, and I believe the applicant is also online should you have questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Senior Planner Smith. I bring it back to my colleagues for any questions and concerns. I see none.
Through the Mayor. For the record, I believe that the notice of public hearing was published on May 9th, 2026.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll wait a second for our city clerk. Want me to go ahead? Okay. I now open the public hearing for annexation number 18 regarding the annexation of territory to Facility District CFD number 2005-01.
I can state that there is no one online, and I will defer to the city clerk.
Thank you for that, City Manager.
No written public comments, correct.
Thank you. Staff, please proceed with your staff report. Presented by staff. I now open the public hearing to protest comments and questions from the interest parties. I see none. City Clerk, are there any written protests or do you have any declarations?
I declare no written protests were received by the city, that there are less than 12 registered voters within the territory to be annexed into Community Facilities District 2005-01, that written consents to holding the Community Facilities District elections today have been received from all landowners within the proposed annexation number 18, and that I concur with the holding of the special election for annexation number 18.
Thank you for that. I now close the public hearing. Is there any discussion from my council members? I see none. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution authorizing the annexation, authorizing the levy of a special tax and submitting the levy of tax to a qualified electors?
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. The resolution is adopted. I call on you, City Clerk, to conduct the election. The City Clerk.
3 ballots have been received. I now close the election and announce the results.
We'll give her a few minutes to open those. I was hoping for Jeopardy music or something. Or a drum roll at the end.
Oh, there's more. Okay.
As to annexing the property under annexation number 18 to CFD number 2005-01, there are 3 yes votes and 0 no votes. I declare the annexation passes unanimously. Council, you may proceed to consider adoption of the resolution declaring the election results.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution declaring this election results, adding territory as the annexation number 18 to CFD 2005-1, and authorizing the levy of a special tax?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Ooh, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. This is a resolution certifying the results of the election, adding the territory of annexation number 18 to CFD 2000-5, and authorizing the levy of a special tax has passed by a vote of 3-0. Are we good, City Attorney? All right, thank you for that. Thank you, City Senior Planner Smith, for your report. Have a good evening. Next item.
One moment here. Moving on to consent calendar, matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item to be removed from the consent calendar, and it will be considered separately.
Thank you for that. I open up public comment at this time. Anyone in the chamber? Anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or concerns. If not, I'll entertain a motion and a second.
Move to approve consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item.
Is item C1, fiscal year 2026-27 budget workshop for revenues.
All right. Presented by our financial director, Lima. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, wow, this is new. Okay, there we are.
Oops.
All right. Good evening, Council. Mike Lima, Director of Financial Services. Tonight is one of the more looked forward to nights in the council calendar because we're talking budget and the upcoming year budget and where the numbers are landing. And so tonight we're going to look at revenues specifically and kind of get a feel for where things are on the revenue side and what we're seeing. So let's see. So right now we are developing the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget for your consideration. As you know, the city operates on a fiscal year which runs from July 1st to June 30th. Our goal is to have the budget adopted by July 1st, so about 6 weeks. This presentation will focus on projected revenues by discussing 3 items. We're going to do kind of a 3/4 of the year update on where we're at so far with our revenues, kind of show you some of the projected revenues and what we think is going to happen next year, and then some of the assumptions that are shaping our revenue picture. So, you know, you've heard me say it many times, we've got a big 5 when it comes to revenues. It's really not a big 5, it's really a big 2 with 3 mediums and then everyone else. But that doesn't sound good. That's a lot harder to remember. So we'll stick with big 5. The big 5: sales tax, property tax in lieu of VLF, property tax, permit revenues, and interest. Those 5 revenue sources make up 65% of the general fund revenue in this year's budget, this current fiscal year, 25-26. Sales tax, otherwise known as the Bradley-Burns tax, the base rate throughout the state of California is 7.25% on taxable sales. Our share is 1% of that 7.25. So to put it in dollar terms, you spend $1 at the store, the city of Madera gets a penny for every dollar you spend. That's our share. On In addition to that, we have some other sales tax enhancements that have been voted on by the voters. We have Measure K at 0.5%. We have cannabis tax, Measure R, and then we also have Measure T, which is countywide. That's an additional 0.5%. So what's the sales tax bring in? Well, this is it. This is what it looks like so far this year. Now, a reminder, I know you know this already, but I'll say it. Sales tax is received by us 2 months after it is incurred. So we've only received through February. We should be getting March's next week. I don't have those numbers yet, but here's through February. Here's what it looks like. The bottom line is we're up about $295,000 compared to last year, which is good. But if you look at the gain and loss column, this is what has put this gray hair on my head. You know, there is what you want to see is a nice steady line. And look at this, it's schizophrenic. It goes up and down, and it looks like an earthquake off a Richter scale. And you really see it when you put it in graph form. It's going up, it's flying. You want to see that orange line above the blue line every month, and you don't. The blue line is above most months, but it's close. The blue line and the orange lines are close in the months where the orange line is below, it's close to the blue line. And in months where it's higher than the blue line, it's really higher. So we had a great September. We've had a very good November. We had a great January. Every other month has been kind of, So that makes life really hard when you're trying to predict what is happening or what's going to happen. I should say that sales tax is up 3.63% so far for the year. That's our best growth rate in 4 years. So it is growing at a good rate. As you know, we are in a tax sharing agreement with the county. So when you factor the county payments in, we're actually even in better shape. We are almost $546,000 ahead of where we were last year. Now, how can that be? Well, it's because the county hasn't billed us. That's why it is the way it is. They have not billed us for basically the months October through March. They haven't billed us yet. So this number is kind of skewed. I think when we get the bills, it's going to get a lot closer to that raw number that I showed you earlier, but it's still an up. We are still positive. And that's what's really important when looking at sales tax. Just for trivia purposes, if you're ever at doing bar trivia, so far this year we have paid the county $346,000, and so far in the year and a half that this program has been in place, we've paid them almost $1.1 million. And this is what it looks like when this is what the graph looks like when you factor in the county payments. And the orange line is almost always above the blue line, which is what we wish to see. So here's what it looks like. Here's what we're thinking. Actual sales tax in 24-25 is 12.8 million. Our budget said 12 million this year. We are at 8.1 million through through May 15th. We think we're going to end up at about 12.7, just slightly under. And then we're looking, our sales tax consultant is predicting 12.4. Now you're probably sitting there going, wait, we're up 3.63%. Why are we saying lower sales tax at the end of this year than last year? And next year's even going to be worse. It's that graph. We don't know where things are landing. It's tough to predict it. And so instead of, going out there and saying, yeah, it's going to go up another 3-4%, we're really being conservative on this. And I will openly admit we are being conservative on this number. There's just a lot of uncertainty out there, particularly with the current political situation, the current economic situation, gas prices, et cetera. It's really tough to predict it. And with this being our single biggest source of revenue, it makes it very hard. So we are taking a very conservative line on sales tax next year. That is our preliminary take on it. Property tax in lieu of VLF. This is growing very nicely. Last year, 8.8 million. This year, we are at about 9.3 million. We actually are at 9.3 million. We think we're going to end up there. Next year, looking at about 9.5 million. We are assuming a 2% growth rate in this revenue stream. Again, property tax in lieu of VLF is additional property tax provided to offset the loss of VLF our vehicle license fees that were taken by the state in 2004. It grows as assessed valuation grows. So we're thinking, we're thinking about 9.5 million. So it's become a very strong revenue stream for the city. Property tax. Now this is what makes a finance director smile when you see this. See that nice graph going up in nice steps like that? That's what you want to see. And property tax has done that for the last 5 years. It's been very consistent in growing. The average rate since FY20, or actually going back to FY 1920, factoring in those down years, taking all that in there, is 8.8%. We've had very steady growth in our property tax, which is wonderful to see. Our property tax, we collected 5.6 million last year. We are on track to get 6 million this year, and our budget estimate for next year is 6.2 million. No, the 1 year property tax growth was 8.8%. The last 6 years has been 7.2. Given the historical growth rate, we are again assuming a 3.1% growth in property tax for 26-27. Permit fees. These have been flat. That's the only way to describe them. 1.3 million last year, on track for 1.2 million this year. We think they'll be at 1.2 million next year. We are not seeing growth in this. Permit fees include things like building permits, fire permits, electrical permits. They do not include development impact fees, but I need to tell you, we're seeing the same picture in the development impact fee funds. Flat revenue. It is not growing. And so without further development, it's going to stay that way, is what the situation is. Interest. Interest is doing very well. We had $1 million a year ago. We have collected $1.6 million. We think we're going to finish at 1.3 million. Now, why is that? Because some of that 1.6 belongs to other funds within the city. We're going to distribute that out, and when we do, we think we're going to end up about 1.3, but still an additional $300,000 of revenue from interest earnings. And our budget estimate is 1.3 million for next year. I think that number is a little conservative as well, but interest rates are bouncing around, and we are just trying to be as cautious as possible on that. Let's look at a couple of others that are out there, a couple of other revenue streams. Hotel tax, it has gone flat when compared to last year. Last year through the end of May, we'd collected a little over $1 million. We are at 848 right now. Our projection is about $1,073,000. That's about 130,000 lower than 24-25 actuals. We're not sure if there's going to be any growth there. So we're being, again, very conservative and coming in at $1,084,000 for next year's estimate. Cannabis. Our cannabis revenue through May 15th, 2026 is $258,000. Since the cannabis tax was implemented, the city has collected almost $515,000. But the market here is still developing. As you know, a third store recently opened. We just got the first receipts from them. We're still figuring out where the market is coming in. We have seen growth in the cannabis revenue. How much more, we don't know. So again, being conservative, that seems to be a theme of mine tonight. We are not including a revenue estimate for cannabis in the 26-27 proposed budget. So here's the big picture. Our big five, if you go all the way out to the far column, big five are estimated to contribute 30.5 million in revenue next year. Our all other general fund revenues are going to contribute 12.5 million. So right now we're projecting our total general fund to be 43 million. Now you're probably looking at the column next to it and go, well, wait, you're collecting 44 this year and you collected 44.3. Why are you going down? Well, we're not really going down. We're actually going up slightly. Compared to amended budget, we're up about 700,000 is what we're projecting. It's hard to do it. It's hard to get back to the 44 million because there were some one-time revenues that are in this year's numbers and in last year's. For instance, our solar system, we got a rebate from the federal government. It was 2 years of rebates. That program is done. We're not going to get another one. We had a couple of transfers that were one time. We're not going to get those next year. So again, our very conservative number is 43 million right now. That's our working number. Now, we haven't had our final budget meetings, and maybe in my experience over a few years of doing this, we do tend to find pennies in the cushions when we are in the final budget meetings. So I will say that there's a possibility that number is going to go up, but I don't know for certain. Right now, our working number is $43 million. Assumptions for the upcoming year. Most of the general fund revenues are being increased by 2% from their fiscal year 25-26 levels, with some exceptions. Property taxes, I mentioned earlier, 3.1%. Cable franchise fee is going to be down 15%. That continues to erode and erode fast. It's right now probably going to be right around 150,000 of revenue that we're going to get from that. And it's been decreasing very steadily over the last 3 years as people cut the cord and they're not using cable anymore to watch things on TV. We're still working on the expense side of the budget. As our final expense figure is still unknown, we cannot rule out that unrestricted fund balance will be needed to fund some one-time expenses in the general fund. Much like this year's budget, we had 1.9 million of fund balance in there. I'm not saying we're going to have 1.9 million in there, but we might have something as we look at paying for one-time expenses. Measure K. Measure K is again, a sales tax. So it has a lot of the characteristics that we are seeing with our regular sales tax goes in the general fund. FY 24-25 actual is 6.9 million. Right now we have collected 4.5 million. We think we're on track for 7.1, and next year we are estimating 7.2 million. These figures are the police and fire allocations combined. Police and fire each receive half of these allocations. And the revenue is projected to finish ahead of last year's. Looking at utility revenue, utilities are looking strong. Last year, we had 15.1 million in water, 13.1 million sewer, 12.2 million solid waste. In next year's budget, we are projecting 14.8 on water, 14.3 in sewer, and 13.8 in solid waste. Again, you might be wondering, why is water going down? Water was the biggest beneficiary of the solar project and the rebates, and that's why water is headed down at this point. So the takeaway, while there has been some growth to revenues, that growth is not really strong. It's very subject to overall macroeconomic and political factors. Staff is continuing to refine these projections and will until the issuance of the budget, which is scheduled for mid-June. Speaking of that, here's some list of upcoming attractions. Later tonight, we have the engineering team will be coming in to present to you the FY 26-27 Capital Improvement Program. On June 17th, I will be back with another one of these presentations, this on expenses. And then the goal is to ask all of you folks very nicely to come back for a special meeting on the 24th so that perhaps we can have you folks adopt our budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that report, Financial Director Lima. We do have some, we'll start with Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes. Director Lima, thank you. I always appreciate how you set the presentation and set the stage for the oncoming presentations. Thank you. So the 514,000 that we have for cannabis, is that in an interest-bearing account?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm assuming it's earning some interest. I'm not really concerned about the rate or anything, but it's earning interest.
Yes.
And then you mentioned that our revenues are somewhat skewed because we don't see the growth. We just see the increase on paper. I'm assuming inflationary, right?
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, people are buying the same goods they did last year, but it's now more dollars. Therefore, more sales tax comes into our coffers, right?
I would go a little step further. I would actually say they're buying less, but the price has gone up so much more that the net effect is that we're getting more.
And I'm assuming that property tax is no different. Inflation, higher prices obviously require you to pay more.
Yeah. So what you're seeing, in my opinion, what you're seeing with property tax is you're seeing the home sale prices and they have gone up quite a bit. You're not seeing development of new houses and what that's contributing to the property tax. And you could tell that because you see flat in the permitting and in the DIFs. You're not seeing the growth there, but because the whole housing prices are rising so fast, we're getting a lot more sales tax or property tax because of it.
So then, I mean, and you haven't completed the expenses side, but on the other flip side of it is that, yes, maybe we're increasing our revenues, but with that comes increased expenses due to inflation. So we're yet to see that. And this isn't a doom and gloom. I think we have a healthy budget. I mean, obviously, you've always provided some really good figures for us, but just something to note that it's increasing, but it's not growing. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't finished as I said, we haven't finished the expense numbers, but that is the big fear is that, yes, the revenues are going up compared to this year, but are they growing as fast as the expense side? And that's where we haven't made that determination yet, but by June 17th, we will.
Well, I couldn't be happier to know that we have a financial director like yourself. We'll make sure that we're always on top of everything. So thank you, Director Lima.
Thank you.
That's all I
very
have,
much.
Mayor.
Thank you for that comment. At this time, I open it up for public comment. Anyone in the chamber? City Clerk Gonzalez, anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you for that. I close public comment at this time and bring it back to my colleagues for a motion and a second. Oh, excuse me, just informational. Thank you. Ooh, got it right there. Informational. Gotcha. Thank you, Director Lino. Don't go too far.
I'm not.
City Clerk Gonzalez.
Item C2, Microtransit Feasibility Study Workshop.
Good evening, Council. Mike Lima, Director of Financial Services. You know, I'm not one for hyperbole or, really trying to blow something out of proportion, but I truly believe that this is the most significant change to public transit in Madera since the system was implemented. And I don't say that lightly. I really do believe that that's what this is. So tonight we are going to talk about the Madera Metro Microtransit Feasibility Study, the final report. We have been working on this. You folks approved the contract with FlexLinks, who's been our consultant to develop this report. You awarded it back in June of 2025. We started working with them in July. Here we are in May, 11 months later, we have the report. In that time, we've done a lot of community workshops. A lot of you have participated. Thank you for that. We have done internal studies. We've had a lot of meetings going back and forth on what the plan looks like. And I think that the plan is solid, and I think the plan has some interesting possibilities for Madera. But instead of me ruining it and spoiling it for our guests, I'm going to turn it over to our FlexLinks team and have them present the report at this time.
Thank you, Director Lima.
Thanks, Mike. Everybody hear me okay? Okay, terrific. Thank you so much, Mayor Gallegos, members of council, for being with us tonight. As Mike mentioned, I'm with the FlexLinks team. My name is Josh Albertson. Along with me online is my colleague, Steve Wilkes. And we've been working with the city over the last several months on this Madera Metro Microtransit Feasibility Study. Our intention of tonight's conversation is really to go over what is in the final report that has been prepared for council, talk a little bit about what's in there, and start the conversation, and then come back to it at a later point for a vote on it. Marcella, would you mind advancing the slide? Or whoever has it, sorry.
That's me. Let's see. How do I get there? There you go.
Okay. Great. So yeah, as I mentioned, so really the objective of today is to just kind of re-engage everybody, remind folks of what we've done to date with the study, share some of the key findings from community outreach. There's been a second phase of community outreach since the last time that we talked to the full council group, and then go over kind of outcomes of the study and present the recommendations for transit service improvements that are in the final report. And the overall takeaway, just to kind of cut to the chase, for those of you that have maybe had a chance to read it or skim through the executive summary, what we're recommending here is a hybrid approach where we're taking some of the fixed routes, those 4 bus routes that are currently operating, and modifying those to be more efficient, more linear, try to, gin up additional ridership where we can on those routes, while also introducing an on-demand microtransit zone, which you can really think of as kind of a modernization of the current dial-a-ride service. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like in a moment. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Josh.
Yes.
Would you mind speaking up a little bit? The volume in the council chambers is a bit low, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I will do that. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, terrific. So again, so just to kind of frame this conversation and talk a little bit about what it is that we have found and framing the changes that are in the report. So really, it's all about improving service for residents, creating faster, more reliable, and more flexible options without increasing costs. So our goal in doing this is not to make any fundamental changes to the amount of money that's being allocated to transit. In fact, there are a couple of ways that we think that we might be able to save money on this, but the goal is to really focus on the ways in which we're spending that money to better meet the needs, the mobility needs of residents, and do it in a more efficient way. So why does this matter now? Really, there are several things that we've heard from the community over the course of the study. One is rising expectations for faster and more flexible transportation. We've also been talking to community members about the current system not necessarily meeting their needs to move efficiently. Opportunities to improve service without increasing the overall budget, as I mentioned, all with the goal of delivering better service within the budget that we have allocated to transit services. A little bit more context about what we heard during the second round of outreach and engagement. Residents really do want faster, more reliable service. So that was one of our anchors as we've gone about this study, is how do we do that and how do we deliver that to the community? Another one is a need to maintain simple, predictable options with better information about those options. One of the things that we stressed on in the final report and that we heard is that people don't necessarily know what the options are right now for transit. And so how are we getting information to people? There's a detailed marketing, branding, and communications element to this that we've prepared alongside the final report that is going to be a really critical component of whatever gets implemented to make sure that people are aware of the opportunities that are out there to use the transit service. And then lastly, just a strong interest in on-demand transit in general. So we're looking at ways to implement on-demand transportation, but really doing that in a way that complements fixed route operations and existing operations rather than completely replaces it. Some of the current system challenges that we've seen as we've been going along this study: long wait times, so that gets brought up a lot, up to 60 minutes on a few of the existing routes. If you miss it at 8 a.m., you're waiting until 9 a.m. on certain routes to catch that bus. Underused routes consuming resources. So again, just thinking about how we're allocating vehicles and operating hours most efficiently to meet the demand. There's been conversations that we've had with council and with the community about empty buses running around town, and this plan is really designed to address some of those things to improve those as well. Limited service hours. Again, how do we improve operating hours for weekend travel, early mornings, evenings, hours that are not necessarily currently covered, and then indirect routes. So looking at making some of the existing routes a little bit more straightforward and linear. Again, all of that building up to what our recommended approach has been, which is building a balanced and practical solution that is a hybrid of maintaining some of the essential fixed routes along key corridors and expanding the dial-a-ride and transitioning that into a more modern microtransit system. And on the next slide, I will talk a little bit more about what that could look like. Okay, I lied. That's in 2 slides. But so current demand. So I do think this slide is going to be helpful also to kind of tee up the proposed changes that I'm going to talk about on the next 2 slides. This is using actual ridership data for the fixed route network and from the current dial-a-ride system. And what this does is really show where the current demand is. So where are people taking trips to and from within the city right now? And you can see the larger dots on the map. You might recognize some of these from around town, places like Walgreens or the downtown intermodal, key grocery stores, really a lot of key destinations along Cleveland, up and down Yosemite. That's really anchoring a lot of the current demand. Those are mostly along the current fixed routes 1 and 2, or sorry, purple and orange lines. And you can kind of pick out the stops that have the highest level demand right now. There are some other places that are generating some trip demand, and all those smaller dots that are off the fixed routes are the ones that are being requested by Dial-A-Ride right now. So you can kind of see the span of the service. And so if we kind of keep this picture in your mind and we go to the next slide, here we're getting into the specifics of what the proposed alterations might look like. So on the left is the detail of the fixed route modifications. And so thinking back to the previous slide, what these alterations do is we're creating a more straightforward and linear path for the purple and the orange lines while still capturing the vast majority of that demand for stops like the Walgreens and the intermodal, key grocery stores, the community hospital, and things like that. And so by keeping it along these two corridors, what we're able to do is still hit a bunch of those destinations, and in fact, even improve the orange line runtime to run more frequently so that people are getting up and down Yosemite along that line a little bit faster. And at the same time, over on the right, you can see what the proposed on-demand microtransit zone might look like. And again, we didn't propose many major changes to the zone coverage itself. It might look familiar to you because it is the current Dial-A-Ride zone. And that's intentional because we want people to maintain their access to that type of service. When we talk about transitioning from the Dial-A-Ride service to microtransit, though, I do want to spend a minute and just talk about what that might look like. So microtransit in a lot of ways is similar to Dial-A-Ride. It's also an on-demand service. Where it gets to be a little bit different is it's a more modern approach that really focuses on app-based booking. So from a customer perspective, there's still always going to be an opportunity to dial in on your phone, talk to somebody, get your ride that way. There's always going to be people that want to do that, and that's totally fine. What this does is give the additional option for folks who have a smartphone and choose to do that, to book on their phone on demand, to track their vehicle from their phone, to see exactly where it is, see how long they're estimated to be on board, and really receive the option to have the vehicle come and do a door-to-door trip or a curb-to-curb trip so that you can book it from your phone. It'll come pick you up, at your door or at a nearby curb to you. You're boarding that vehicle. Oftentimes you'll be on that vehicle and it'll do a shared ride type service. If you were familiar with an Uber Pool, it's a similar concept where you might pick somebody up, you might drop somebody off, but ultimately in one or two of those, you're going to get to where you need to go. And ultimately, oftentimes when implemented correctly, it ends up being actually a lot more efficient for the traveler than the fixed route network might be. And in particular, that's important to think about when we're talking about the two routes that are proposed to be discontinued. It's not that we're necessarily we're definitely not trying to get rid of anyone's service. What we're trying to do is basically offer a new service that helps people get to where they need to go even faster. So along the green route, along the blue route, for example, it's not that folks are not going to be able to use a city transit service to get to where they need to go. They can absolutely do that. It's just going to look a little bit different in terms of how they're going about that. And in many cases, they might actually be able to request a door-to-door trip and get somewhere faster as opposed to waiting for that bus that comes, a few streets down once an hour and then maybe having to connect to another bus route. And so thinking about reorienting things around that is really what the microtransit proposal is all about. Next slide, please. Now, with some of the savings, which I'll show in more detail in a little bit, this does also offer the opportunity to pilot some additional innovative concepts to help connect people in the region. So thinking beyond just the city of Madera, but to bring more people into Madera or to connect people to Fresno for things like medical appointments or classes. This is something that came up in conversations with Madera Community College, for example. Folks are enrolled in classes in different campuses. There are instances where people have difficulties getting to and from medical appointments during the week. And so this is where this concept kind of came into play, which is you could extend your microtransit zone so that you could request trips to or from very specific areas within Fresno that help connect people to the Fresno network to get to wherever they need to go. It could be limited to certain hours. It could be structured in such a way that it's really only talking about a very defined zone for very specific trip purposes. But the idea being that it's another lifeline for people that, maybe don't have a car or can't reliably get to Fresno on their own to be able to make that trip request. From the operations perspective of this, there are different ways to do it. One of the ways that we had put in the study as a recommendation was that, the microtransit vendor might end up brokering out some of these trips to another service, like maybe a Lyft or an Uber, to help conduct those trips. And the benefit of that is that the city ends up paying for it on a service consumed basis. So in the event that demand is low and we're only talking about a handful of users, then you would end up paying a much lower rate essentially for that trip. In the event that the city became, a victim of its own success and, this was a really popular program, that's great. Then you'd have the opportunity to kind of pivot and implement this as a shuttle type service and, have a little bit more direct control. From the customer's perspective, it wouldn't look any different. They're only engaging with a single application. It's a microtransit app that they'd be booking through in any event. And all that would change would be, where you're able to book from and to, and the hours in which you'd be able to do it. Next slide, please. So on this slide, just wanted to talk a little bit in detail about the specific changes. I'll talk about this for fixed route and then on demand, and then the newer, pilot service for on demand that I just brought up. So on the fixed route side, the specific changes include for Route 1, fairly limited changes. Again, we made some slight changes to the structure of the route and that more direct routing with more reliable headways and focusing in on the highest demand corridor was projected to increase ridership. On Route 2, really what we focused on was creating a short enough route where you could run a couple of vehicles up and back on it, and in so doing, double the frequency that you can pass each stop. And doing that would also project to increase ridership and travel time reliability. On this, we're showing also just the specifics of Route 3 and Route 4 being discontinued in this scenario and then served by that on-demand microtransit concept that I had mentioned. Next slide, please. For the on-demand service, so again, just to focus on what this is and how it looks a little bit different. So the vehicles in booking, this is one area that's a little bit different from Dial-A-Ride to the proposed microtransit concept. Under Dial-A-Ride, it's usually more traditional vehicles, those larger cutaways that you see roaming around town. It's often primarily phone-based booking. Under microtransit, it tends to be a more modern fleet using vans. They're often branded in a cohesive way that all include, a similar wrap to help really identify the service. And the emphasis, as I mentioned, is on app-based booking. So real-time tracking, improved customer experience, strong branding. Operating hours. So we did use some of the savings from the discontinuation of routes 3 and 4 to propose some expanded hours on the weekend. Important to note here, so we kept Sunday hours the same, added in 2.5 additional hours on Saturday. The city could split that up however you'd like to, really, if you wanted to expand it an extra hour on Saturdays and then also add an extra Sunday hour or two for on-demand service. That's definitely workable within the same budget. Annual operating costs would increase under this scenario for the on-demand side, primarily just because of the expanded hours. But it's also important to note, I wanted to mention that the current cost that the city is paying for the on-demand service that's being provided is relatively high. We do think there's an opportunity to potentially bring that down through a competitive procurement, and that's definitely something that we would recommend if moving forward with implementation. Overall, the projected ridership increases on the on-demand side is what would really power the overall ridership and engagement increases across the system. And then those new supplemental on-demand services. So two places this comes in. First, what we had proposed was just adding additional capacity during the week and on Saturday during certain hours. So again, the city would not need to necessarily run their traditional operator during this time. It could be brokered out to, other companies that do this on a on-demand basis and paying for service consumed, but that just helps provide additional capacity and trips for people that might need to use the system between 6 and 7 a.m. or 6:30 and 8 p.m., non-traditional hours that are always going to be covered like the middle of the day by the traditional transit operation. And then that Fresno connector service, like I talked about. So it'd still be an on-demand service connecting Madera and Fresno. Again, opportunity to transition to a shuttle if demand grows, and if not, broker those trips and keep those costs relatively low. Proposed operating hours for that would be weekdays 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. So in summary, this slide is really just showing what the anticipated changes would be. For ridership, we like to present a range just to kind of cover off a more conservative estimate to a more aggressive estimate in terms of what this would equate to in overall trips per year. So even on the low end, by implementing these changes, we do think that ridership would stay relatively the same or increase a little bit. On the high end, because of the emphasis on the on-demand service, and particularly if following the branding, marketing, communication strategy that we talked about, there is an opportunity to really grow that side of the service. And under that estimate, as many as 13,000 riders or so we think could be gained. On the operating cost side, we were projecting savings of $71,000 or down 1.8%. And the effect of both of those things would be a lower cost per trip, about $5 less per trip. Number of fixed routes, again, going from 4 to 2. On-demand side transitioning from dial-a-ride to on-demand, and the supplemental on-demand services being implemented in the proposed scenario that don't exist in the baseline scenario right now. And then here's just like a more detailed view of the operating cost line by line. So you can see the projections that we put together for the microtransit service, along with the 4 routes in this scenario, as well as some of the costs for the shoulder hour service and the Fresno connector service based on initial demand estimates. It's important to note also that the numbers presented here are just pure operating costs. We have not factored in any fare revenue to this. It's certainly on the table for the city to consider implementing a fare or changing fares in the future. This was not a part of the study, so that's to be determined. But typically, how it works for on-demand transit is it's still a subsidized service. Might be $1, $2, $3, $4, or $5, whatever it is, but the rider is not typically bearing the full cost of what it would be to provide that trip. It's still very much within the realm of a transit fare. But implementing a fare, whatever it may be, would have implications on, your overall cost because you'd be recovering some portion of that through fare revenue as well. So just to kind of summarize the slides that I just went over, what stays the same? So again, continuing fixed routes on key corridors, not trying to take away anything that has significant demand where people are really utilizing the service and utilizing it well. Service to critical destinations, shopping hubs, hospitals, social services are all maintained. ADA service, so accessible vehicles and things like that, those are all unchanged as well. Again, the goal here is not to leave anybody without service. It's just about reorienting, some of the services to make sure that they're more efficient and can serve the community in a better way. Shorter fixed route wait times, again, on Route 2 in particular, cutting that one in half, making trips a little bit more direct and the routes a little bit more direct, expanding service hours where we can with some of that reallocated budget, and improving making faster and more convenient service for residents across the board. The opportunity to expand access really lies in a couple of those pilot concepts that we presented. So additional coverage during early mornings, evenings, expanded on-demand coverage on the weekend, and the Fresno Connection pilot. So really that's about testing new services before scaling them and seeing, what the demand is and how we can connect people regionally and not just within the city. And then all of that within the existing budget. So at the end of the day, really just focused on how we can implement more transportation options, make trips faster for folks, ensure that there is better access to jobs, education, healthcare, and services, and ultimately improve quality of life and mobility for the folks in Madera. On the next slide, talk a little bit about what this would look like. So again, this is kind of whenever the city were to decide to move forward, not something that you have to decide tonight, but whenever that time comes, the first phase of it, what we've proposed is taking the dial-a-ride service and converting that to the microtransit zone. So typically that involves developing a competitive RFP, releasing that RFP and doing an evaluation of vendors, and then contracting with that vendor, configuring your microtransit zone, and launching the service. So that's kind of the one side of things. There's another subset of work which would really focus on finalizing the fixed routes, so updating your timetables, doing a fare policy analysis, and really dialing in on what that would be, and that's both for the on-demand service and the fixed route side, and then executing the communications and marketing plan to make sure that people are aware of what the new services are, what's changing, how to use them, doing travel training and everything like that that goes into making folks aware and know that new services coming and changes are coming. And then the phase 3 of that is really just the culmination of those efforts in terms of launching the new routes, making those alterations, and then monitoring, what the impacts are against key performance indicators and refining as needed based on what we're seeing in the data. Okay, last slide here. Thanks for sticking with me. So a few risks that we've identified. So obviously there's always some element of concern about, changes. Change is scary. We feel pretty, confident in the recommended approach that we've laid out and in the phased rollout of it, that we think there's an opportunity to really do this in a smart way and communicate it effectively so that nobody's left in the cold with questions or, nobody's left without service in this scenario. Technology barriers is another key one that we hear about a lot. Again, not really looking to make any changes that would take away ability to call in and get a ride. It's about, providing additional options on top of that, and accessibility concerns as well. So ADA compliant vehicles and, fixed route services that are accessible, are not going anywhere under this study. So that's all the information I had. Again, we're just looking for, a conversation as part of this workshop. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer those. Steve and I are happy to talk through this with you guys and just really, make sure that everybody's comfortable with the plan. And then at a later date, there would be, a vote to implement the recommendations after any, refinement or conversation that we've had. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. So two things before I wrap up here tonight. First off, I want to thank Josh, Steve, and the FlexLinks team. A couple of things on this. First, we were plowing new ground on this in this endeavor, and that can always be a challenge. Second, as you know, I'm pretty obnoxious to work with, and so I can irritate a lot of people. And so, but these folks have they've been true partners in this and really been responsive to our concerns that we've been voicing throughout the process. And so I just want to say thank you to them for all the work they've done on this. Second thing, you kind of heard, okay, we're looking for a decision, but this is a workshop. What does that mean? This is a workshop. We're not asking for a decision tonight. What we are asking is take this back. Think about this for a while. Think about this for a bit. How does this affect your constituents? We've heard from a lot of them, but you hear from a lot more than we do. How does this affect them? And get that feedback to us, because we want the final report to be as strong as possible. And then once we get that, we're going to bring it back to you folks for a vote and see what you think of it. So, but anyhow, but for tonight, the homework assignment, take it back, think about it, and then and let us know what you think. And that concludes our presentation, and we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to my colleagues for any questions and concerns. Councilwoman Evans.
Yes. First and foremost, this is going to be given to everyone in English and in Spanish, correct?
We can do that, yes.
Okay, yes, that'll be one thing. For my district, a lot of my people do ride the bus.
Councilwoman Evans, I don't mean to interrupt. Can you please speak into your mic a little bit closer?
Okay, I know.
Thank you.
Again, my people, they ride the bus, especially on Cleveland. They pick up near Tulare and then also by Burger King. But the problem for me is that the transition to where that they would have to call for a ride, not everyone is savvy in being able to pick up the phone and call, and not everyone understands. So are we going to have some type of a workshop for people to be able to come out and to learn the things that you guys are proposing right now? Or they're going to just have to kind of feel the way through it? How is that going to work?
So thank you, Councilmember Evans, for that question. As Josh mentioned, a big part of this is a very strong marketing program. We need to educate people on what's available, how to access it, and what it does. And that is a key component. So to answer your question, yes, we do intend to have marketing efforts, be that a workshop for folks to attend, be that postings on social media, be that flyers that go out. We need to get a strong marketing program to get the word out to the folks that this is available to them for them to use. So yes.
All right. Okay. I'm going to sit back for a minute. I'm going to observe. I think about my mommies that are pushing their babies in the strollers, and then they go and stand at the bus stop.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not just understanding everything that's going on, they may very well not be able to go to the doctor's appointments and things of that nature. So I just want to make sure that in doing a transition of this nature, because this is large,
mm-hmm.
and I want to make sure that my people are. I mean, I can only speak for District 4.
Mm-hmm.
I try to speak for this entire city, but for District 4, I just know what I see every morning, and I know what's going on. So I just want to make sure that my mommies and babies are taken care of. So thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Councilwoman Evans. Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Thank you. Just for some, I guess, points of clarification. So looking through the report, where the recommendation for the current provider to continue, they would be the ones doing the microtransit themselves. And I only ask because our fleet is majority buses with only a few vans. So does that mean if we go with that approach, are we expected to procure I'm sure it's going to take a lot more vehicles to actually have this on-demand service. And then the follow-up to that is, if that's the case, and I know there's part of it as a recommendation to use like an Uber or a Lyft, why isn't that prioritized, since that should come at something where we're not maintaining vehicles? It should be a lot cheaper. It's an already established service. And just to kind of understand the numbers, is it in our best interest to control and not allow the other agency to, I guess, do a sub deal in a sense with Uber or Lyft? Should the city be the one that's heading that?
Yeah, thank you for those questions. It really is going to depend on what vendor we select. That's what's really going to drive this. So our current contract right now with MV lasts through June 30th of 2027. So about 13 months from now. We do have an option for a 1-year extension, but the ultimate end date is in June 30th, 2028. So initially, like, let's say next meeting we bring this to you, nothing's going to happen immediately after that. It's going to take time to award this, to get it out there, to educate people. So there's going to be a rollout of that. But I know MV does have, or I've been told they have at least, a microtransit option where they have the vehicles. There are other providers out there that have the same thing. Full turnkey. They provide the vehicles, they do everything. So we may not be having our vehicles. Now, it's possible that they will. Maybe they'll come in. It's all going to depend on that vendor, and who we select at the end is going to be able to decide, yes, either we will use your vehicles, or no, you can sell them off because we've got our own fleet and we'll take care of it that way. It just depends on how that's going to do. And right now we just don't know that answer because we don't know who's going to be bidding at this point.
Okay, and I'm just asking that because we had a transit meeting, and that was one of the things, is that obviously the state's push to have our fleets electrified.
Yep.
And if we're offloading what is part of our fleet, maybe that would help. That was one of the discussions as far as our a need to electrify our fleet.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a possible solution. Yeah, again, the vendor may be proposing that, and that's something that we do need to consider. Is do we turn over full turnkey to them and say, you do the vehicles, you do everything? Or do we say, you got to use some of ours that are here? Yeah, it's all going to come down to that vendor. And right now, we just don't know that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you foresee any technical or operational challenges when synchronizing the app with the phone requests on the back end?
I'm going to repeat my answer. It depends on the vendor. There are some vendors who have been doing this, providing a microtransit option and integrating phone with app. And there are some that are just starting to do that. It's all going to depend on the vendor that we have. The more experienced ones are able to do what they're saying. And FlexLinks folks, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. But there are vendors that do have that pretty well dialed in, and there are others that are learning. It's just going to depend on the vendor that we select.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Albertson and Ms. Zuniga and the whole team that was working with this. And thank you for your patience and with working with our community groups and the different council members that helped out.
Yes.
Council Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gallegos, Mr. Lima. Thank you again, also Mr. Albertson, and I know the members of the FlexLink. I appreciate you guys taking the time and meeting with us individually to kind of gauge an idea of what we are looking for in our city, and based on the surveys and or outreach that you did, the information that you gathered. So I know before us, we're not going to eliminate all the fixed routes, but we are going to try to introduce a micro transit and replace the current system, which is your dial-a-ride, which is on demand. Now that, based on those studies that you've seen or some of those numbers that you have, certainly puts us in a better position because less cost, more riders, and that's always a plus. I mean, we've seen a decline in ridership, and we had this conversation at our Transportation Commission today. But we want to see people engage more in this micro transit, and this is kind of why we're segueing to this arena, because we want to make sure that we meet the population's needs. As a growing population, some are younger. Phone becomes something that everyone has nowadays. So part of your assessments there did show that you would provide, there was a positive feedback over 75%, but there's a need for education when it comes to the app and how this works. To address Councilwoman Evans' concern, I too would want to see more of that education and outreach so that people can get adopted to this phone. But the way I look at it is when you have a subsidized service, when you have any service for that matter, that is free to no or very little cost, people learn quickly that, you can. And believe me, if my parents that are in their 60s and 70s can jump on a Facebook and figure out Facebook, they can figure out the style of ride. And I would be more in favor of finding a responsive bidder that has experience with this. Certainly not one that's experimenting with the app, but someone that already has, has a reputation for a very, very good app and reliable app, because one thing you don't want to do is have people complaining. So I'm excited. I hope to see that we do look into some vendors. Kind of to my colleagues' comments is, if we run this, obviously it becomes pretty expensive. But if we allow vendors that are, reputable and at the same time can manage efficiency, I think we'll certainly save $1 here and there to be able to extend services even to more people. So those are my comments. I'm excited to move forward, and that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Mayor, Councilmember Montes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, and thank you for the presentation. It was very in-depth and the reports that we had. So just to understand it correctly, the report correctly. So thank you. I said thank you for the report. But just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, with the proposal, it's projecting a net benefit to all, cost reduction for the service overall.
Yes.
71,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Improve service to our riders.
Yes.
Right. There's no assumption to the cost because the revenues are not being, they weren't part of this.
Right.
Sorry, okay. And then the assumptions for those benefits are that ridership is going to stay the same or increase slightly.
Correct.
And then at that point, I guess if it does increase, then revenues are going up, and I guess that can have another beneficial impact for the system, right?
Yes. Well, again, that depends on a fare study and what fare you set. But right now, as Josh mentioned, fares were not factored into this survey or this study at all. But any fare that council decides to charge on any of these services would improve the net cost of that service. So
they say fare stayed the same. It's costing us less to operate, and then if ridership increases, then
the net cost goes down even more. Yes.
All right. I'm just trying. I mean, it seems like it's all positive here, right? So, I mean, I know I share some of the same concerns, right? I think the calling to get a ride, I think that's the system that we have. Some people may struggle with it. I think there's an app for everything now. Mm-hmm. So I think that, I don't know if that'll be, now I'm sure I wouldn't be able to use it because I delete the app and I reinstall it because it doesn't work. So, but no, I think, I'm excited to see if, some of the feedback from the community to try to move forward with something like this. Those are my comments.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Montez, at this time I'll open it up for public comment. Anyone in the chamber? I see none. City Clerk Gonzalez, anyone online or on Zoom?
There is a caller, Mayor, but they do not have their hand raised, and we have no written public comment.
Okay, thank you for that. I close public comment at this time, and it's just informational, like a workshop. So thank you, Director Lima, for that.
Okay. Thank you.
At this time, I will ask my colleagues to entertain a 5-minute break. and we'll be back at 8:30.
Can we make it 9?
Welcome back, everyone. City Clerk, go on to the next item, please.
Is item D1, commercial color palette and permitting.
Wonderful. And that will be presented by our very own planning manager.
Good evening,
Burlett?
Mayor Gallegos,
Is that right?
council members.
Burlett?
David Burlett, planning
Burlett.
manager.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
My apologies. Okay, all yours.
Thank you. This item before you is a resolution for commercial color palette and permitting process. What gets us here tonight as background is this is the next step in what you formally initiated and got moving on May 6, 2026, when you introduced the first reading of ordinance text amendment 2026-01. And that was a text amendment to the planning and zoning section of the city municipal code. That process takes two steps. That first reading was May 6, 2026. Tonight on your consent agenda was the second reading and adoption of ordinance text amendment 2026-01 to make those amendments to the zoning code. And those amendments established paint color standards for construction of new buildings in commercial districts and also repainting of existing buildings in commercial districts. What it doesn't do is it's not retroactive to existing buildings that are out there today. New construction is going to be subject to these adopted standards and to these colors you're going to adopt tonight, potentially. And also repainting of buildings will be subject to that. But it doesn't require that any property owner repaint their building right now. That the second reading and adoption was on the consent agenda. That takes place tonight. That goes into effect in 30 days, and that's effective June 19th, 2026. When you had that first reading of the ordinance text amendment, we talked about a two-step or two-pronged approach, which said we're going to establish the standards for the process that allows you to establish those colors, but we're going to adopt the color palette through resolution. And that's done because the ordinance amendment process takes 2 readings and then 30 days to take effect. Resolution we could bring before you with enough notice to get it on the council agenda. So if and when you want to make changes to the adopted colors, you can do that by resolution. The proposed resolution that's before you tonight that you'll take action on first approves the color palette for new structures in commercial zone districts. As we mentioned, it also requires, it approves the color palette for repainting of existing structures in commercial zone districts. By the way, those are the same color palettes. And again, the thing we're trying to stress is that approved color palette for commercial zone districts is modified by council by resolution. So we can get it, but that's the quickest way we can get it back to you if and when you need to make any changes. Also important to notice that there's no fee for the application for repainting of structures. And when we're evaluating those applications at staff level in the planning department, if for some reason there's the determination that we make is the applicant's disagreeable, that's appealable to the planning commission, which is then appealable to the city council, where you're the ultimate authority and final decision. The color palette's included in your staff report, it's included in the resolution, and it's in the presentation before you tonight. This, again, there are 2 sets. There's the primary color of the structure, and then there's acceptable trim. And staff's recommendation is that you adopt the included resolution that adopts the city-approved color palette for painting of new structures and repainting of existing structures in commercial zone districts. And I can try to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you for that. I have a question really fast. It says new existing homes that are being, or commercial that are being built. What if it's already gone through the planning commission and it's it's headed to be built? Is this, because the resolution hasn't been approved yet, would they have to stick to this pellet?
No, they wouldn't. That is, anything that's been entitled is subject to what was in place when it was entitled.
Okay.
What we are doing now is we have entitlements that we're currently processing. We're giving them a heads up and saying, we're going to condition you to meet these standards.
Okay.
We know these are coming. Yes, it doesn't go in effect until June 19th, but we're going to condition subject to what's before you tonight.
Perfect. Thank you for that answer. Councilwoman Evans.
Yes, so what I would like to know is, okay, okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. On Yosemite, we have multiple different colors of buildings, okay? So once we bring in this color palette, those buildings will be obligated to change their color? How is that going to be, how's it going to
They are
take
not obligated to change their color. We wanted to stress that. This isn't retroactive. It doesn't make you do anything. It's moving forward. All new construction is going to be subject to it. New commercial construction. In those commercial zone districts where there are existing structures, whatever color they may be, if and when the property owner decides to repaint, they're subject to these standards.
So they'll, at that point in time, if they decide to paint, then the color palettes that we select will be what they will have to go to. But right now, as long as they decide not to change anything, then the colors will remain the same.
Correct.
Okay, well, I have suggestion for color palettes already. So I'm looking at 28 through 36. So that's my suggestion, to just kind of make sure that our city kind of is uniformed, but that's my suggestion.
Thank you for your comment. I would just give a comment and tell me if I'm wrong, that if this council body feels that some of the existing buildings need to be repainted to our palette, we would maybe offer an incentive. We could decide as this council put money towards changing those colors with those occupants. Something we can have staff bring back if that's something that we're interested in doing. Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you. Just curious on what the process was for deciding upon those colors for both the exterior and the trims.
The process we went through to get to this point was initially going with workshops. So this is adapted from what other communities are doing with the direction given by the council, that we were really focusing on outlying garish bright colors that would be distractive. So we went with what we think is broad enough. We're trying to do two things at the same time. We want a broad enough variety that business can continue to move forward without being hampered, but we want to make sure that there aren't these outlying colors that are distractions. So it's a pretty healthy list. We think it covers enough of what we heard from the council, but if you think it needs to be modified, we're going to follow that direction.
Is that it? Thank you, Councilwoman Mejia. Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
And again, just I know I've probably asked before, but this would not trigger at the sale of a building. This is mostly when they come before planning or when they have to get like a CUP, correct? Or is this, if something is already existing outside color and the property is sold, is there going to be any enforcement on the new palette?
Sale of property doesn't trigger this. What is being considered tonight, if adopted as proposed, is new construction, which requires some form of entitlement. That may be administrative by right, or it may require a conditional use permit. There's a range. Whatever tier of entitlement it requires, it's subject to this. And then simply repainting of an existing structure in those zone districts. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Councilmember Montes.
I'll just piggyback off of Member Tim Zachariah's question. What is the percentage that would trigger? So like say somebody gets their building graffitied and they want to repaint the existing color. What would be the percentage that triggers this palette?
Graffiti abatement does not trigger it. If your building is a victim of graffiti, your obligation is to get it back to what it was. If you choose to repaint your whole structure, then we're going to go through this process. If you want to get back to where you were before you were graffitied,
They got
you
a
have the right to
Banksy.
do that.
They got a Banksy on the whole front. They can just repaint it, right?
If it's triggered by graffiti, we're gonna the direction we had so far was they can stay where they can fix what they had even if it doesn't match the palette.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I open up public comment. Anyone in the chamber? I see none. City Clerk Gonzalez, anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I close public comment at this time, and I bring it back to my colleagues for a motion and a second.
Motion to approve as written with E 28 through 36.
That's not before, that's not before us, right?
Yeah, that's not
I know. Okay.
So,
But no, motion to approve as written.
Thank you.
second.
I have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Planning Manager Brett, for that report. Next item.
Is item D2, contract award for the replacement of 7 HVAC units at multiple
Move to
Uh,
city
approve.
facilities.
We are giving that presentation by our Public Works Director, Gandhi. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. For record, Harpreet Gandhi, Public Works Operation Directors. So this presentation is for contract award for the replacement of 7 HVAC units at multiple city facilities, right? That includes PD, golf course, as well as PD golf course, yeah. So just to give you a background, like city instituted a deferred maintenance program as a part of the fiscal year 24-25 budget to address the aging infrastructure, reduce maintenance demands, and improve operational reliability across city facilities. The HVAC replacement included in this project are a part of the city's ongoing effort to proactively replace failing building systems before major operational failures occur. So as a background, as a part of the deferred maintenance program, staff identifies several aging HVAC systems requiring replacement due to increased repair, reduced efficiency, and overall system deterioration. Out of those, number 1 was Madera Police Department that has 4 units. That includes the dispatch center, briefing area, administrative area. So dispatch center has 2 units actually on top of it. Fire station 57, that's 1 unit. It's basically HVAC replacement for the station living quarters. And Madera Municipal Golf Course, it's 2 units. That includes the banquet facility units have failed and they are no longer repairable. Just to let you background on the golf course and banquet facility HVAC details, they are basically 7 units, HVAC units in the building on the golf course. We replaced 2 units as a part of the 25-26 last year. Was replaced by Pro Shop in October 25, 2 units. 2 units are being proposed to this contract for the banquet room. And as a part of the next year budget 2026-27, we have planned for 3 units replacement that will be replaced in the lobby, restroom, and kitchen. The golf course is maintained by the Sierra Golf Management. Its oversight of maintenance activity and family improvements are now advised by the Golf Course Committee at its council's discretion. Maintenance fund contribute from Sierra Golf Course Management, Sugar Pine Steakhouse, and the city are to be used for facility improvements and deferred maintenance projects, including replacement of the HVAC units. HVAC unit replacements are also represent a component of a broader long-range revitalization effort anticipated for the facilities over the coming years. The discussion to procure for the procurement process was the city released a issued for bid number 2526-18 for the purchase of HVAC units on March 18th and conducted extensive outreach to maximize contractor participation, right? Contractor participation. So we contacted 7 contractors that was listed under the city's CUPCCA list. 32 Madera-based C20 licensed contractor, 7 builder exchange and plan rooms contractor, and we also advertised on the Planet Bid registered contractors. Out of all the outreach, we received 5 bidders: Hug Group, American Incorporated, Spurs Heating and Air Conditioning, PM Construction LLC, American Chiller Services Incorporation. We did review all the bids, and the lowest bid was for Hug Corporation for an amount of $135,000. The financial impact of the project is fully funded with the adopted fiscal year budget, including $60,000 allocated through the Facility Deferred Maintenance Fund for the PD, $30,000 allocated through the Facilities Deferred Maintenance Fund for the Fire Station 57, and $51,000 allocated through the Golf Course Capital Fund. So the total funds allocated is $141,000, but the bid is for $135,000. The rest of the amount will be distributed among the remaining funds and will be the part of the respective budget for future use. The recommendation is staff recommends council to adopt a resolution awarding the issue for bid number 2526-18 for replacement of 7 HVAC units at 3 different city facilities, authorizing city manager to execute all contract documents and non-material amendments, adopting SWECO guidelines section 15301 class 1 categorical exemption. Any questions?
Thank you for that report. I bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or comments. I see none. I will open it up for public comment. Anyone in the chamber? I see none, online or on Zoom.
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I will close public comment and ask my colleagues for a motion and a
Move to
second.
approve item D2.
Second it. I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Great job.
Thank you,
Parks
Ma'am.
Public Director Gandhi. Moving on.
Is item E1, update to sidewalk improvements program.
I was going to say don't go too far.
And you're back.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor again, Mayor Pro Tem and the council members. Harpiyar Gandhi, Public Works Ops Director, for records. This is an update on the sidewalk improvement program that city is currently undergoing. City has multiple sidewalk programs that include sidewalk repair program that was launched several years ago. New sidewalk programs funded by grants that includes new sidewalk under AHSC, CA Transportation Commission, CMAQ grant funding, and the report pertained to sidewalk repair program. Just to give a background, sidewalks are basically the responsibility of the adjacent property owner. Sidewalk repair is also the responsibility of the property owner. Typically, sidewalks are installed as a part of new development requirement. They are the part of the frontage improvements. Some areas lack sidewalks due to older construction or county standards. The city is still working to install sidewalk where they do exist. Progress is constrained because of the available funding, and city recognizes financial challenges within the community. Efforts are underway to help mitigate repair costs for property owners. So the sidewalk was originally funded by CBDG, and now we are expanding to include the Measure T funds as well as general funds. We focus on improving pedestrian safety, mobility, and accessibility, basically near school and other facilities. Targeted areas are the aging, raised, or deteriorated sidewalk infrastructure. The city performs ongoing sidewalk program improvements, including repair and replacement of the sidewalk, curb, ramps, and curb and gutter, removal of the replacement of the damaged concrete, correction to uplifted or uneven surfaces, installation or replacement of ADA compliant curb ramps. Improvements are not limited to ADA compliance, but incorporated ADA standards where applicable. The program mainly reduces the trip hazard and improve pedestrian safety, support compliance with ADA accessibility standard. City prioritizes preserving trees due to heat and island impacts. We do have urban canopy, also supports neighborhood character and property values. In some cases, root damages sidewalks, creating sub-trade-offs, and staff is seeking grants to plant new trees with root barriers. This is the sidewalk replacement program summary. If we look at the year 2023-24, we replaced almost 9,752 linear feet of sidewalk with 160 linear feet of curb repairs and 1 ADA curb ramp. 2024 was 2,532 linear feet with 220 curb repair, linear feet of curb repair, 2 ADA curb ramp improvements. This year, we have little challenging. We just did 981 linear feet of sidewalk repairs and almost like linear feet of 316 linear feet of curb repairs with 4 ADA curb ramp improvements. This basically is that the contract for sidewalk repair was actually issued late. We just started on December 8th of last year, which basically took us 6 months. Moreover, to this, add on to this, we have been helping parks in doing some of the batting cages, concrete work out there. And moreover, little bit of the staff was pulled out to do the curbside cleanup. But right now we have double staff, like we have 2 crews trying to catch up with all the sidewalk works and make sure that, you know what, we do the best to increase the productivity. These are some of the residential CDBG funded programs. These are some repairs that has been done by the staff. We completed residential sidewalks. We usually take like 1/2 inch vertical displacement qualifying for the repair. So any part of the sidewalks that's deteriorated by displacement by 1/2 inch is considered as a new repair. These are the ADA ramp that was installed. And looking at the sidewalk funding, we have CDBG funding that for 2023 was $288,241. 2024 was around $212,000. For 2025-26, we have $230,000. From general funds, we have $102,000 right now, $50,000, and we have other from $102,000. What we basically try to tend is spend out first the CDBG dollar because we have a timeline to spend that funds, and after we spending the CDBG funds, we look at on to spending the general funds. So that's how the program is assigned to. Looking ahead, work will continue on deteriorated sidewalk, curbs and gutter. We have approximately spent $5,000 transportation fund has been spent to date. Unused fund will be spent this year, and if not, they will roll over to the next fiscal year. As of 15th of April, Council approved $230,000 in fiscal year 26-27 for CDBG funds. Staff is developing a tracking map to identify planned sidewalk location for future cycle, and work is expected to begin earlier this year, like next fiscal year, so that we complete maximum amount of work. This item is only for information, and no council action is to be taken. Any questions?
My colleagues, any questions or comments? Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but did you say some of the staff was moved to the cleanup instead of this program?
No, basically we had curbside cleanup. So some staff was moved to curbside cleanup too.
And
taking off.
did that have anything to do with the additional illegal dumping after they?
That's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Councilwoman Mejia. I just have one quick comment to thank our concrete team that does a lot of these projects, but I know it's a heavy lift for the whole entire staff because a lot of it has to go through engineering, purchasing, and our public workers that actually are on the ground. So I have to tell you that I hear from a lot of our residents very, very happy about sidewalks that are being repaired. And I know we also have consultants that have put in sidewalks around our schools to make them safe. So that is amazing. I do a shout out to all of you. One last thing is to put in a tracking system of what we're doing is amazing. That's going to help us see if our future and what really needs to be improved in other areas of the city. So thank you for that report. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Moving on to public comment. Anyone in the chamber? I see none. Anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
All right, I close it, public comment, and that was informational. Moving on to the next item.
Item E2, selecting recipients for June proclamations.
All right, and that will be presented by our city clerk, Gonzalez.
I think I did that wrong. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Alicia Gonzalez, City Clerk. This evening I bring before you the selection of recipients for the June proclamations. For some background, Council adopted a policy governing ceremonial document guidelines in August of 2023. And in December of 2025, Council approved the 2026 list of annual proclamations. Council also discussed and approved certain proclamations would be labeled as recipient at the discretion of Council. Per Council's direction, staff is requesting that Council select a recipient for the proclamation recognizing Pride Month and Juneteenth Day. Here's a list of our proclamations. Highlighted in the red are the two proclamations we are considering this evening. I will now turn it back over to Council.
Thank you for that presentation. Do I have any nominations for Pride Month or Juneteenth? Councilwoman Evans?
I'm gonna have to grow longer arms or something.
Okay.
As far as Juneteenth is concerned, I would like to nominate Apostle Joyce Lane. She comes and she gives our invocation quite often. And also joining her will be her husband, Deacon Kenneth Lane. So those are my nominations for Juneteenth.
Okay. Any others for Juneteenth? Okay. Councilwoman Mejia?
I would like to nominate the founding members of the Gay Straight Alliance Club at Madera High School for the Pride Proclamation.
Okay. Anyone else have that? Okay, I have two. Can I just make it official with a motion for those two nominations?
I'll move to approve the nominations that were presented before the council with the, you said Gay Straight Alliance, and then again, we have the council member Anita Evans.
Joyce Lane and
Apostle
Deacon.
Joyce Lane,
Thank you
yes.
very much. There you go.
Second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? None. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item.
Is item E3, vacant positions in fiscal year 2026-27, proposed budget as of May 11th, 2026.
All right, presented by our HR Director Silva. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, City Clerk Gonzalez. All right, so this report you will start seeing every year unless the government code changes. This currently will represent the vacant positions included in the proposed 26-27 budget, which is still in development, as Director Mike Lima from Finance spoke to earlier. However, we are required to provide a vacancy report in compliance with Government Code 3502.3 prior to budget adoption. Your workforce is in continuous flux. There have actually been changes since this report was written. Hence the reason we cite the date of May 11, 2026, so that when we need to refer back, we know why we said a position was vacant or not. Final budgeted positions for 26-27 will be noted in your budget document, and if there's any changes, we will highlight those for you. So to summarize, and I'm not going to go into the list that was in your report, don't worry. Overall, we have an 8.8% vacancy rate for the city, right? Just a hair above 8.8. You have about a 6.4% vacancy rate in your general bargaining unit, a little over 11% in MPOA, and not quite 14% in mid-management. Your other unit, law enforcement mid-management, as well as your management and executive reports, do not have any current vacancies. And some of these will be hopefully moving over to that left column here very shortly. We have several offers out, working people through the hiring process. Our vacant position philosophy while we work on the budget is we only budget positions that we actually intend to fill. We carry vacants that we do not intend to fill. We do not carry unfunded positions either, which you see sometimes in other public entities. All current vacancies, as listed in the report, are in various stages of recruitment and or the hiring process. There is nothing sitting idle. City Council did recently take action to address certain vacancies that have been difficult to fill, mostly lateral police officers, lateral dispatchers, and licensed civil engineers. by adjusting base salaries and as well as adopting the hiring bonus policy. That has resulted in moving some positions forward, and we will hopefully have some hires in your monthly personnel activity report reported here shortly. At this time, there are no other sustained vacancies that staff would recommend making any changes for. So this concludes the report. If council has any questions, I can answer those now.
Thank you for that. I bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or concerns. I see none. I open it up for public comment. Anyone in the chamber? City Clerk Gonzalez, someone online on Zoom.
We have none, Mayor.
All right, I close public comment at this time. Thank you, HR Director Silva, for that report. We're moving on to the next item.
Item E4, presentation of capital improvement program CIP for fiscal year 26-27 to fiscal year 2030 to 31.
Presented by our Deputy Engineer Bidder, and I think her team will be right behind her.
Very good. So thank you. I appreciate this new system for the startup. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Ellen Bitter, the Deputy City Engineer, and we're here tonight to present and go over our capital improvement plan and program for mostly this current upcoming fiscal year 26-27, but it does cover through the years 31. Tonight we will be discussing what is a capital improvement program. We will highlight activity of the current year, which is 25-26. We'll give an overview of the 26-27 through 30-31 capital improvement program. We'll introduce new projects that are new to the CIP that you haven't seen before. You'll get some department updates from Transit and Parks. We'll talk about some key projects that are scheduled. And of course, welcome to receive input and direction on any of those items. Some of these slides may be familiar. We do kind of reuse them from year to year, but our capital improvement program, it's a multi-year planning document used by the city to identify capital improvement projects and coordinate the financing and timing of the projects. It is quite an exercise and a matrix of balancing the projects and the funding. So there are several iterations that we work on behind the scenes before you see this draft. It's a rolling 5-year period for the purpose of allocating the resources and to prioritize projects that might have specific deadlines. We do receive public throughout the year, or receive public input in various departments through public requests, and we do also hold a public hearing specifically required by the Measure T program, but we expand it to include our entire streets program, so that's another opportunity for public input. The CIP funding, it's annually appropriated along with the city budget process. So presuming that the projects proposed move forward for this year, those will also be appropriated in the annual budget. The draft CIP with your approval will be submitted to the Planning Commission for review in June and define the CIP in conformance with the general plan as required by Government Code Section 65401. As far as how projects get selected to be in the capital improvement program, we use our guiding documents that might be impact fee program. Our utility master plans identify improvements. Any special studies, for example, the downtown master plan might outline projects to move forward through grants or other funding sources. We also have, that I don't have noted here, we have our pavement management plan now that we're actively using to identify our rehabilitation projects. And we also had our condition assessment studies for our sewer and water systems done several years ago, and that generates our needed list of maintenance projects as well. So in addition to that, we just regularly review our current needs and other funding sources that might generate projects. For instance, the congestion mitigation and air quality, those projects are focused on projects that improve the environment with the transportation emphasis. We've been able to use that successfully for a lot of alley paving. So as long as those sources are available, we can do those projects. There may be a new source come down the line and we might apply it in some other way to different projects. We also look at growth in and around the city, and we might plan projects to either fill the gap between developments or help promote a development that might be coming in. Of course, maintenance is a high priority in all of our systems, and so you'll see a lot of maintenance projects in the CIP. I would like to take this time to talk about what we have done this year. I know we've been up here quite a bit with awards and acceptances, but we'll go through some of those. First of all, it was another successful year. We spent over 27 million, either expended or we've encumbered them through awarding contracts. We also carried forward and completed a lot of projects that were awarded even before this last year, and those are the Olive Avenue and Knox Street widening and traffic signal that was completed. The utility undergrounding project in advance of our Olive Avenue project, and that was the removal of the PG&E and AT&T poles. That was finally complete this year. We also completed installation of new water meters in the landscape district zones and city properties and medians, and basically they don't necessarily have a water bill attached to them yet, but they are metered, and it opens up possibilities for allocating funds for those. The traffic signal at Lake and Sherwood, for all intents and purposes, it's complete as the public sees it. They can use the signal. There's a few minor issues that we're working on behind the scenes, but we hope to have that before you soon with a notice of completion. The Fairgrounds lift station improvements, that's replacement and basically installation of a new pump system at the fairgrounds over there by Baskin Robbins. We do hope to have those pumps online by summer, and we can dismantle our makeshift bypass pumping setup there. The wastewater treatment plant project continues, and it is actually a bit ahead of schedule for the original contract work, which was the new screening facility. And that should be done this summer. Part of the project involved evaluating the condition of the existing Headworks wet well, and we are not surprised to learn that the concrete is very deteriorated, and a rehab and a coating is not going to fix it. It would not have any life expectancy beyond, a minor amount of time. So we are moving forward with actually plans, and we're getting an estimate from the contractor to rebuild that wet well. And we have funds identified in the capital improvement program for that. And so you will be seeing a change order come through with a cost proposal, but that should be done by the end of this calendar year. We completed the big sidewalk project funded with the AHSC. It was 2.3 miles, and that was complete. And I can tell you, sidewalk projects sound easy. They're some of the most difficult projects to do because there's so much matching and coordination. And then lastly, highlighting the rectangular rapid flashing beacon that we put at Granada next to Town and Country, and we were glad to get that online at the same time as the trail. We did award, either between engineering or Parks Department, we awarded 13 construction contracts. 2 of them, Parks projects, were the Town and Country Trail at Lyons Town and Country Park, and then they've also awarded the James Talbert Park. We did 2 CDBG funded projects, the parking lot project, and then we also did sewer and water improvements at Clinton Avenue. We awarded 3 traffic signal projects, Cleveland Granada, a new signal at D and South, and then upgrades to the Howard, Olive, Pine, Yosemite, and Q intersections. Those are moving forward. 2 water projects, the New Well 37 on Granada, and then of course the Yosemite Avenue water main in advance of the Caltrans project, and you'll hear a little bit more about that coming up. Also 3 road projects. The current rehab project, you might notice they've been doing some seals and overlays. That's R81 project. We recently awarded the Raymond Road shoulder paving project, and we plan to have the award of the Story Road shoulder paving project at the June council meeting. And also we transit awarded the new canopy at the transit facility, and that the work is completed, I understand, and that should be coming to you for acceptance soon. So one of our key accomplishments is we did fully expend all of the ARPA funds, and they were required to be spent by December of 2026. As you recall or may recall that we received $23 million, and on August 1st of 2021, Council allocated 100% of the ARPA funds to the sewer and water enterprise accounts for capital expenditures to alleviate costs to the ratepayers for all those improvements. In addition to the CIP projects, we also had some programs which are not necessarily projects in the CIP, but they are funded by resources that we do program in our department. The sidewalk repair team and Director Gandhi reported on that program. $335,000 went towards that program. The 10x10 road repair program was very successful, and that was $526,000. They established the deferred maintenance fund, which was also addressed tonight for the HVAC units, and that's set up for capital expenditures. Again, just they don't run through the CIP. And similar programs at the wastewater treatment plant and also for the water well maintenance program. And they are planned to continue in the budget in this next fiscal year. Okay, now we're moving forward to this next year, 26-27. We have $103 million in capital project expenditures to be programmed, and those are project specific. We have other programs and tasks, but specifically to projects, it's $103 million. 3.1 million are new projects. 80 million are carryover projects, and of all of the projects, 92 million is for construction costs, 11 million is for design, engineering, or planning. I will say that large dollar value associated with construction is tied mostly to the Northeast water tank, and so that is, we hope to be able to bid that this year, and so we have to show all the money programmed this year in the budget. It does not, this list does not include those programs that we talked about in the previous slides, though, the deferred maintenance and some of the other programs. So we have new projects this year. There's just 6. The first one, R109, every year we receive a new allocation of funding from the state gas tax, the road maintenance and rehabilitation account, RMRA. And so that project captures those funds, and then it's programmed, and that'll be discussed further as well. And then the other 5 new projects, they're all parks projects. The basketball courts, demolition of the Mexican-American and Casa buildings, project for the horseshoe pits, widening of Clinton Street, and then the Centennial Park Pool Complex. And I will take this opportunity to now lead into Parks Department for their update, and I'll have Director Hebert come give you more information.
Good evening, Joe Hebert, Director of Parks and Rec. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, good to see some folks still here, and council people. Just to kind of give you an overview of some of the completed and CIP projects that we have in progress. My boss told me to be brief, so basically we have a lot of products on our plate. Thank you very much. No, actually, so the at Town and Country Park, we actually are the connectivity project, which is complete. I think a lot of you were there for our ribbon cutting ceremony. This project itself is overall that part of it is done, but we do have another phase going to be resurfacing the parking lots there, and so actually we're moving right along with that, and we plan to have that completed hopefully we just got our initial design from the parking lots, and so we're going through that now. We just got that 2 days ago, so that's where we're at. The batting cages are ongoing. If you've been out to the park, this has been actually very challenging for us because as one of my colleagues, even though I'm an honorary engineer at the moment, we don't do batting cages. And so that's kind of been difficult. We thought it was going to be very easy. The donation that we got doesn't nearly cover the costs. And for this one, we've actually, I think my colleague Harpier mentioned that we've kind of borrowed some of his team to do some of the cement. We're using some of my team to do some of the poles setting. We do have a challenge ahead of us as far as the netting and the fencing, and we're looking at possibly, we're not sure how to, we're looking at the instructions and we're looking at, it might be more cost effective to outsource that portion of it. And we're going through that. Our goal is to have that batting cage done before June 30th. So this is a priority for us. And again, as I mentioned, the parking lots is an ongoing project. James Talbert Park. This one we actually started on January 26th. And we had 180 days, which our target was to have this completed by July 26th, which is 180 days. I don't think we're going to make that. We've got a number of issues regarding the plans with that, and that's no shade on the contractor. It's just there's a lot involved in the plans that we have to deal with. A lot of it's involving a structural engineer firm, geotech firms, and looking at some of the codes that are being required. So the comments have been bantied back and forth between the city and the design firm and the contractor. So we have a meeting tomorrow morning. We'll have another meeting internally. We have a meeting tomorrow with the contractor. We have another meeting in probably sometime next week internally to kind of discuss some of the comments that we've received. And so we'll hopefully get some alignment and have a better line of sight of where we're all at. But again, it's just a matter, I think, and I was telling somebody earlier this evening, I'd rather have it done right than push it through. This is a project that's near and dear to all of our hearts. And so again, like I said, we'll have an internal meeting probably next week after we get all of our comments and our ducks in order, but there's a lot of moving parts to this. Tozier Park is in the design phase. This park, we are committed to having this completed. We actually learned our lesson from Talbert Park on this one. We're actually looking at a 90% design, and we're going to see if we can do that review quickly before we get to 100% design, so we don't get into this war of comments back and forth between the city and the contractor and the design firm. But our plan is to have this park completed. We're targeting next year, probably in the March to June timeframe, somewhere in there. But I think that's very doable. Sunset Park, that's yet to be designed, but this one is this is just one we're actually using our own funds to do. And let's see, I haven't been up here in a while. Okay. The Rotary Park basketball courts. This one is in the design phase. And I have to tell you, I have to be very, very honest about it. This is the #1 priority for us because my finance director says I have to have all the money spent by September 30th. And so we're actually, I mean, I'll use a colloquial term, we're going and blowing on this one. We are moving very quickly with design. And again, there's not a lot of risk in this because we've done this before. We did this at McNally. We're duplicating the same effort we did at McNally Park, but this time we're doing 2, but at a different park. So I think we should be able to accomplish this in the time frame. I'm very optimistic about it. As mentioned earlier, I think you just approved this tonight for the action plan. So we are going to be doing a demolition, and I've talked about this before, of the Mexican American Center in the Casa building. And I think I mentioned when I was up here before that I was told the Casa building is haunted. You might remember I gave that presentation, but that's what I've been told. But anyway, we'll be moving forward with that in the near future. We are also doing as you approved tonight, again, the horseshoe pits at Rotary Park. This is just the design. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that we're building the horseshoe pits. This is the design piece of that. And there's actually some steps we have to take. Once we get the design, I'm sure we'll come back and have a good idea of how much money it's going to cost, or at least a budgetary idea, and be able to ask if we can move forward or not. And it's the same thing with the Clinton Street widening on Clinton and Tozier. If you go over there during soccer season, or it's just a mess. People have to park way down but sometimes by Rancho Santa Fe, all the way across Tozier. So we really think this is going to be an added added benefit to our community. Centennial Park Pool. This one we're actually just got the concept design in-house just on the 14th. So we're looking at the review of that right now to see if we can move forward. But this is one again that I think a lot of people are anxious to see what we're doing. The pool, this is going to be a big project. I'll tell you, if I live long enough, that'll be one that I say, hey, we got this one done. And not included are improvements at Pan Am, and that'll be completed by city staff. You probably, if you've gone by Pan Am, you've seen the improvements that we've done. We just recently painted the fence, and you've seen it looks like a whole new building. So a lot of work where we cooperated with Public Works, and we had some input. We had, did some things there. One of the things that was kind of cool about that, if you go by, you'll see that we have bike racks that are unique. They're in a heart shape. I didn't think they were going to look so cool, but actually I got a lot of positive feedback about those, which when initially we ordered them, I was kind of skeptical, but sometimes that happens. So that's the end of my portion. So of me being the engineer for now. So I'll give it back to Ellen.
Thank you, Director Hebert. Next up, and I don't know if they're in the building or transit, there you go.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the public. Marcela Zuniga, Grants Administrator, and I will be updating the council on the progress of the 4 CIP projects that Transit has. The first one is the Transit Center. This project has been open for quite a while. It started as the actual construction of the transit center that currently houses our transit operator. Most recently, as Deputy Engineer Better mentioned, we just completed the installation of a canopy at the transit center. So, and we will be bringing before council the request to close out this project. So that is very near completion. The second of the 4 is through the AHC Transit Developments, which really is just for transit. It includes the renovation of the intermodal facility located on East Street. We have had some back and forth with the contractor. We've had internal meetings with this city team, including engineering and building and whatnot, and we're just really trying to button down those the procurement documents, the bidding documents to move this project along out of the design phase and finally into the bidding phase to begin the rehabilitation of the intermodal building. So we are looking to complete this fairly soon and bring it before council. Bring it before council bring council an update as we keep moving this one along. Trans 11, the transit center charging stations. This one has been around for quite some time. This is a project that's funded with CMAQ funding, and it is very specific. It has to be used for charging stations at the transit center. The challenge that we are faced with is, quite frankly, we've been working with I've been working with my city colleagues. We've had internal meetings. We're trying to figure out what if there is any grid capacity where the transit center is. At the moment, we do not believe there is, and as a result, this particular project has just kind of really just fallen flat for the moment. I'm not certain, what progress we'll be able to make, but definitely we are trying to move it forward to the best way that we can, continuing to meet with PG&E and seeing what kind of feedback we get from them as we move forward. And the last of the 4 is a bus shelter relocation project. You'll recall that several of our bus stops have closed, and so there are bus shelters in the community that need to be removed and or relocated. Staff has been working with engineering staff to finalize a scope of work, the design portion of this project. We do hope to finalize the scope of work in the next several months and then move forward into the the procurement process, and where we will bring it back before council for approval to move forward. So we are making progress on this particular project. And that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us back to engineering, and I would be remiss if I didn't recognize my village that's here of engineers and construction managers and our admin analysts that make this all happen. So you'll be seeing a few of them up here, but they are all key in what we've been able to do so far. So you may recall that we had a list of 33 projects that we really hope to move to construction this next year in the staff report. We are focusing, and I have a personal, I guess, goal of delivering as many carryover projects as we can. Using the on-call consultant agreements will help us get there. We have pending task orders for bid documents for the Mainberry sewer main replacement, the Schnorr sewer main rehab. That's the piece that goes north of the sinkhole that we had out there 8-9 years ago, and that it's a different material. It was in better shape. We could delay that a little bit, but I do want to get that one taken care of. And then we decided to combine 5 of our pavement rehab projects into one. One consultant will deliver the bid documents. May go in 2 packages, but that way we can kind of clean the slate and start over. So we'll be taking a deeper dive into several of our upcoming projects here. We also will be seeing expanded programs in 26-27 using the same financial resources that also fund our capital projects. The of note is the 10 by 10 program that's been discussed earlier. We've identified $2 million of unprogrammed Measure T funds that we have allocated for Public Works for this program. And that we sat down a few weeks ago, and there's a map of areas that they want to hit. So those are the really failed areas, maybe that's just a half a block or an intersection, but they're able to tackle that under their program easier than us doing full plans and specs. So right now in the CIP, it looks like a one-time windfall because we collected all those unprogrammed funds, but we are working internally and considering the new Measure T that's coming online to expand the street maintenance activities and programs in-house funded with those funds. And of course, we're continuing the sidewalk repair program as has been discussed. So here's an example of what the 10 by 10, I think they took, it's 10 by 10. I don't know if it's feet, yards, meters, it's acres, but we'll accomplish it. This map you may recognize, it's our pavement condition index map. So green is good, red is bad, and then we have varying colors in between. So some of the discussions we've had in-house is how we can use these funds to keep the green at least, and maybe that's better suited for equipment and labor and materials in-house, and then hit the red when we can. Those are very expensive, and those will suck up your resources, your financial resources really fast. And then our goals as we're working on our engineered projects will be tackling the oranges and the yellows to try and hold them or improve them. We have some alley paving projects and moving to construction this year, and they're divided. We divided the city into quadrants so we could maximize our grant opportunity because the CMAQ funds sometimes have a cap on how much you can apply for. So we split the city into quadrants and applied for 4 quadrants. We were funded for 3, and those are the ones that are moving forward. Here is a map. If you can see the blue X, it's what define the quadrants, and then there are yellow bars on all of the alleys that we are working on putting together project documents for. The northwest, if I'm right, Steve, is the one that's going to go first. That's the biggest one. So we're tackling that one first, and then we're moving to the other 2 quadrants. So, but the goal is to have them all hopefully under construction by the end of this year. Then I'm going to turn it over to engineer Alexis Raimundo, and he's going to talk about our road projects.
Thank you, Ellen. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public, and staff. Alexis Raimundo, Assistant Engineer. I'll be in the next couple slides reporting on the road projects. For the upcoming paving projects, we have the R79 and R99, two separate projects combined into one with a budget of $3.3 million. The 2026 paving projects was a combination of 5 other projects: the R80, R98, 104, 108, and 109, with an estimated budget of $8.8 million. We have the R37 Raymond Road Rehab and Shoulder Paving, which is should be in construction next month, with a budget of $440,000. R60 Story Road should be awarded next month as well. It's a $400,000 budget. We have the R81, which is under construction, road rehab, budget of $950,000, and the 10x10 patching program by Public Works with a budget of $2 million, which is a total of $15,890,000. A recap for the paving projects from fiscal year 25 and 26 took advantage of the opportunities to include pavement rehabilitation with other grant-funded projects, keeping certain costs down. TS34 Granada pedestrian improvements, including maintenance treatment on an adjacent portion of Granada. D Street was overlaid in conjunction with the AHSE-funded bicycle lane project R94. The Raymond Road will receive a patching and seals from Cleveland to city limits as part of the R37 shoulder paving project. To continue, the R81 2022-23 City Streets 3R project is currently under construction. We have the new 10x10 program administered by Public Works. Recent patching was on Cleveland near Perkins Restaurant. We also have the Gateway at Cleveland intersection, and the upcoming patching will be on Country Club at Cleveland. Here's a map of the projects that are under construction or completion. We have the City Project R81, City Project TS34, City Project R94, and City Project R37. The R79, R99 project is a combined RMRA Sears and overlays with the R99 fiscal year 24 street rehab and reconstruction project in one bid package. We're currently waiting for authorization from Caltrans at its June CTC meeting. It is scheduled to advertise for bids in July, award in August, and construction will begin in September through November. It's a $3.3 million project. Next slide will show a map. Here's the map for the R79 and R99 road rehab project. The 2026 pavement project is a combination of the R80, R98, R104, 108, and 109 under one task order under the on-call list for preparation of bid documents. R109 streets to be determined from the pavement management plan. A combined budget is a $8.8 million. Anticipated adding streets to those shown on the map on the next slide from the pavement management plan as budget allows. It is likely to be 2 bid packages, one in the fall in 2026 for construction and one in spring of 2027 for construction. And here's the map for the upcoming projects. We have the R80, R98, 104, and 108. RE2 is the Almond Extension project to Pine Street. Here's a location map that extends the road all the way to Pine to allow traffic from Stadium to Pine. RE2 Almond Avenue Extension to Pine Street. A request for proposal is to be issued by July of this year. The scope of work, plan line for street alignment, potential water line extension with the new street right-of-way, environmental analysis for plan line and project, right-of-way services, coordination with MID, preparation of plans and specs, and it is fully funded with Measure T funds, impact fees, and RSTP exchange. Now, give it back to Ellen.
We didn't rehearse this very well. Next is Senior Civil Engineer Steve Betancourt, and he'll talk about a couple of his projects.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Betancourt, Senior Civil with the Engineering Department. I'm going to talk about a couple projects here, and this one's a 2.5 million gallon water tank in northeast of Madera. This one's a big one. This is a $30 million project. It's taken a while to get to this point, but we've had a couple of big accomplishments this last year. And the first is, because it's located in the county, we got the conditional use permit earlier this year. And part of that was the environmental package, the mitigated negative deck that Will was leading. And so we're past those hurdles. Right now, bid documents stand at 90%. Next month, we're going to get 100% shelf-ready plans. So we've really hit some big milestones on this. A couple of things we still need to be working on that are really critical, and those easements were needed for the water line. That goes along Sharon Avenue alignment, and we're working on that right now. And I think we're getting close on that one. And this is a challenge, is USBR. The best way to describe the process is slow. And it's challenging. The best example that I like to use is we submit an application. 9 months later, I get a nice letter, nice full-page letter. It's real nice. Last sentence, we've received your application and starting the process. So that's the process you have to kind of work with. Not much we could do about it, but that's just the way it is. Part of the water lines, 24-inch water line, goes under the MID canal, and because of that, we have to engage them. So we're just working with them at this point. So it's not going to stop the start of construction because we have a plan B, but we need to get that built in order to make it operational. The construction timeline is about a year and a half. The other one is the Clark Street Bridge reconstruction. I see you changed the picture. Construction hasn't started. It burnt down, which helps in our demolition costs. It's a big inconvenience for the people in that area. They have to go around. We occasionally get calls. This is part of the Highway Bridge Program funding for with through Caltrans and LTF fundings. This is a replacement of the bridge. It was always scheduled to be replaced. It just got demoed a little bit sooner than I think everybody wanted. The challenge on this one is this property is owned by USBR. So again, their process is slow. So unfortunately, we can't predict. So we just try to be realistic. And the realistic part is it's probably 3 years out before it gets built. So we can't just say, well, we think we could do it. Realistically, we're a ways out. So I think that's probably the best way to describe where we're at on that one. We've been coordinating with Caltrans on the permitting and environmental side. Luckily, Caltrans has taken more of a lead because of the required environmental studies that were ongoing and USBR owning the land. We just have to work that process. An RFP for engineering services and is being let. And the next step through Caltrans is to go through a bridge type selection. Basically, that just means what type of bridge do we do. It's a process that takes time. So that is our next milestones that we have to reach. Again, 3 years out, and that's not much we could do about that. So we're doing what we do, and then we just wait. So that's kind of where we're at. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is our senior civil engineer, Jonathan Gramajo, who he will be giving you an update for the water main project, and I just want to give him kudos because that has been an undertaking, and he's embraced all the challenges and all the complaints from everybody getting their water shut off with a smile, and so he's been a good face of the city to have out there on this project.
All righty. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I've got some fun ones to talk about here tonight, starting with the Yosemite Gateway Madera Avenue Water Main Project, otherwise known as City Project W43. We've currently installed about 12,000 lineal feet of new water main, which is really fun. We're set to complete substantially all that work by the end of this month. We do have some additional work that we're adding, some additional sewer work that's going to take us through the end of June. As part of that, I'm in contact with Caltrans a lot of the time to make sure that we're not going to interfere with their upcoming road diet project. Otherwise, it's gone pretty well. We're happy with it. Water main projects tend to have a lot of difficulties when it comes to working around businesses and residents and trying our best not to impact them and shut their water off as much as we can. So we've done everything we can to talk with them, to work with our contractor and mitigate any impact to them. It's unfortunately sometimes we're unable to do as much as I'd like to, but we've done everything we can there. So next up, since I've been talking to Caltrans a lot to work with their road diet project, I have a little update there. As far as I know, they've selected their contractor. They've gone through the bidding process, but the contract has not yet been approved by their HQ in Sacramento. This is someone else's phone. So I'm not sure when that'll begin. The latest I've heard is early July. Could be as early as July. I'm not entirely certain because it all hinges on when it's approved by Caltrans HQ. So we're working our best to keep ahead of that for this water and sewer work that's coming up. And I should clarify for the sewer work, there was some sections that we found that were in really critical need to be replaced. And so we have a contractor out there. We have some sewer funds and some contingency allowed still left in the project. So we're trying to catch those now while we have the chance. The next one I have is the Lake Forest Central Avenue update. This one should look pretty familiar to you. It was a traffic signal. We recently came back to council and decided to do a roundabout. We are beginning design of this project with Peters Engineering through our on-call agreements. We are currently planning on having this ready to bid spring of next year, of 2027. Some key milestones will be, we have right of way that we need to get for the area, and we have environmental documents we need to update for it. But we're gonna start this, we're actually started this already. We just recently got Peters Engineering on board. So we'll be working through that, and you'll see an update later this year, maybe as we approach bidding time. That's all I got. I'll take any questions if you guys have them.
Okay, a couple more to hit. This one is our Olive Avenue widening project. It has been phased over the last several years. Currently, it's planned with 4 phases, with phase 1 and 2 already complete. That was the right-of-way and then the undergrounding. Phase 3 was the traffic signal and the widening at the intersection of Olive and Knox. And phase 4 was going to finish everything out. But that is looking like quite a long task, considering that it's the Union Pacific Railroad improvements are at the westerly limits. So we're looking at splitting that probably into 2 more phases. We'll focus on the portion east of the railroad. I know the road's in bad condition, and we also want to get the widening and the sidewalk improvements in place. So we're going to be splitting that. There'll be some transition construction to transition back to the existing railroad crossing, but that will allow us hopefully to at least get the pavement situation and our better pedestrian safety, and then we can simultaneously work on the railroad crossing improvements with UPRR, and those improvements also include widening between the tracks and Gateway Drive and some upgrades to the signal. So I couldn't predict a time frame on that. I was a little reluctant to until we dial into how we handle that transition, what that might take. So, but you will be getting updates on that. And the final project I think we're highlighting tonight is our Avenue 13 sewer main project. We've been lucky enough to receive congressionally directed spending for the project, and we are focusing. I'm 5 million. I got so many numbers in my head. Two of our allocations on phase 3, which is already designed because our original contract with the engineer actually included this design. So with some minor updates, it should be ready to go this year, and it's funded in our CIP. And then phase 4 is from the intersection of Granada and Avenue 13 out to 99, and that phase will utilize the most recent allocation that we got for that project. And so we're going to move forward with the design phase of that and get a better estimate and see if between our sewer funds, the congressionally directed funding we received, and going for other potential funding opportunities to get that one moving. So that I touched on a few of our projects. As you know, we've got, more than or approximately 60 projects in the CIP, and some you may have interest on and have questions about. So that's why everybody's here. If you do, we'll be happy to answer those. I do want to note that a change in this CIP was that the Lake Street widening, you may note, has been removed from the 5-year plan. It's not completely removed. We push it out. That frees up resources for other projects that are in the program. We do note that there are some pavement issues out there. Those will be addressed, and so we won't delay on that. But the ultimate widening needs some more planning and proactive approach to that to see if that's still what we want to do. So we're here to the recommended action and consider the information presented. We ask that you would consider adopting a minute order accepting the proposed projects in the draft CIP for fiscal year 26-27 to fiscal year 30-31, and authorize the city engineer to submit the draft CIP to the Planning Commission for determination of conformity with the general plan. So that does conclude it, but we're here for questions or comments on the proposal.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Director Bitter. My colleagues have any questions or concerns? I do have a question, Deputy Bitter. I saw the key projects, and I know it's on the CIP. I was just surprised it wasn't part of the key project slide. Was the stadium almond punch out?
It was our project R82 is that project.
Okay.
So it connects what the developer built with the subdivision, and then the school district's going to pave the north half, and then this project will connect that to Pine. So
Okay.
that's that one that it's got a fair amount of engineering that needs to take place because of the canal. We have to realign the street, but we hope to have an engineer on board. The value of that is going to exceed our on-call list cap, so that's why we have to put it out for an RFP. Extra time there.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't see any other questions.
I have a question. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh.
That was, thank you, Mayor Gallegos. So, is it? Hello? Okay. Thank you. Did you have a question?
No, I don't. I think you
Okay.
pushed your button.
Did I push your button?
That's okay.
I probably am. It's getting late, so I apologize. I tend to push buttons at this time at night. Okay. So, Ellen, the notable deal that you said about the Lake Street widening, you mentioned that maybe it's not feasible. So when I look at all the projects that we have before us on the outgoing years, especially for this 5 years, there's a lot of money that sits there for long periods of time because these projects don't get fully funded. Are there any other projects that can be removed to free up resources and possibly utilize those funds to complete projects that are missing that are more a priority? And I'm not going to throw this question at you to give an answer today, but something to consider in the future when we're looking through this exercise is possibly notate some of these same projects like you did in Lake Street and say, hey, these projects have been in the books and they continue to carry on over and over and over, yet we have these other projects that are probably ready, shovel ready, that just need some funding. So a suggestion, maybe in the future, when we look at these, maybe, and also I will say that when we have this workshop, maybe do it earlier in the day, because I was pumped up when I was giving those proclamations, but now looking at 10, it's gonna, yeah. So anyhow, yeah, maybe a special meeting for these capital improvement projects, because they are very important to our community and important to us, and we want to make sure that you have us in full alert when these projects come before us. But those are my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I open up for public comment. Anyone in the chamber? City Clerk Gonzalez, anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I close public comment at this time and bring it back to my colleagues.
Well, in that case, I moved for the approval of item E4.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Deputy Engineer Bitter and the engineering team for being here tonight. We appreciate you hanging in there with us. Moving on to the next item.
Item E5, Madera Municipal Golf Course Update 2026.
And presented by our very own Parks Director, Aber, up for the last of the inning. Here we go.
Always last. It's Councilman Rodriguez. You said you were pumped up. You're going to get pumped
You
up
just got
over
me
this.
pumped up even more. Huh?
But anyway, Mayor Gallegos, Mayor Pro Tem, councilmen, and remaining folks. Joe Aber presenting item E5, which was the Madera Municipal Golf Course update for 2026. The existing lease agreement between the city and Sierra Golf Management for the operation and management of the Madera Golf Course was renewed on July 1st, 2023 for a 5-year term. The agreement's going to expire on June 30th, 2028. As part of the agreement, we committed to giving an annual update on the status of the golf course. And to help me out, because he felt sorry for me being the last one, is our our partner from SGM, Dan Bocci.
Arrow down? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dan Bocci, Sierra Golf Management, your lessee for the Madera Municipal Golf Course. Let's go to the next one. As per the existing lease agreement, the Golf Course Advisory Committee continues to meet monthly to discuss ways of increasing the viability of the golf course and planning for the use of capital funds that will help to keep the course viable for not only now, but for the future. Part of what the Greens Committee did recently was talk about some of the ways we can go to our customers and find out more about them. But what you have, the first item is your rounds played, and you have 5 years showing here from 2021 through the current, or through 2025, and these are calendar years. And as you can see, the numbers continue to grow with a really big jump in 2025. These numbers are because of the gain in popularity of golf, these numbers have really increased. The increase is beneficial to the city of Madera because rent is paid to the city in 2 forms. We pay a base monthly rent to the city, and then we pay a per round fee monthly to the city as well, in addition to our annual capital contribution. So it's good to see these numbers going up. It's good for everybody. The increase from 24 to 25 in rent to the city was $16,000 more we paid in 25 than we paid in 2024. In late 2025, the Greens Committee requested that we kind of get an idea and do a basic survey. We did this in-house, and what we did was we basically tried to find out where our customers were coming from. Oh, I'm way off. Other way. There it is. Nope, wrong way. There it is. We did just an in-house demographic survey to find out where the players were coming from by just basically on the counter as they were checking into golf, and we basically listed the top 10 zip codes and where these people are come from. Nothing glaring here, no big surprises. Your number one zip code was Madera, Parkwood, Lavina. Then it goes into West Fresno, Northeast Fresno, Fort Washington. The only north of Madera was Madera Acres, the Ranchos, Clovis, North Fresno, Clovis again, Kerman, and Fresno. The only thing that really, there wasn't hardly anybody coming from north, Chowchilla, Merced, those areas. So the more populated areas in Madera were the areas that were the most play coming from, and then obviously Fresno, more populated areas, and the areas in Fresno are probably a little more impacted. The golf courses in Fresno are more impacted with public play too, so we get a little play from that area as well. Our course conditions help make us a first choice for the golfers. Our putting surfaces are always good. We continue to bring in new equipment and strategies to improve course conditions at all times. In addition to fulfilling our capital contributions per the contract, in fall of 2024, we conducted our annual USGA site visit at Madera Golf Course, and we provide that to the city and to the Greens Committee. We requested the fall of 25, but the USGA was not able to send somebody out at that time. So our next assessment will be is scheduled for July 1st. And that's a report that we fund to the USGA, and they come out and do that assessment and give us that report. As in previous assessments, the primary issue remains the age of the irrigation system and the need for an upgrade to more modern technology. We've been collaborating with the city purchasing team to engage a consultant. Joe will probably talk about that a little later, and that the process that he's gone through to hire that consultant, I think he's almost done. The biggest part right now, the most vital part of the golf course, is the irrigation pump station. This is a vital piece of equipment, and we have invested over $30,000 just in repairs in the last few months, and it's just old technology. It's the original pump station. It utilizes pressure switches and pumps. It's hard on the water lines. It's not good for utility use. It's not efficient. So we have gone and got procured bids for a new irrigation pump station. We think we've got enough in the reserve fund to fund that. We have 2 bids currently that we have given to city staff, and we're waiting on one more from a local company, and hopefully we can we can get that upgrade done sooner than later. It's vital for the golf course. Right now we're running what we call manually, so we have to monitor the pump while it's running and have staff turning heads on manually. We can't run automatic at night. The impact is obviously an increase in labor, but also it impacts the golfers when they're trying to play and they've got water running around them because we're having to manually operate the system. But hopefully in the near future, we'll be able to, you'll have a project before you for approval that we can get approved by you and get that new pump station in right away. As always, our goal is to use surface water from the district. We've applied again this year. The city has water rights. Every year we go through this process, and we have procured water through the district. We use that whenever possible. We always want to use surface water as opposed to pumping out of the ground. We are getting surface water right now, and we'll continue to use that until MID shuts us off, and then we'll go back to groundwater. When we put this report together, we didn't have the percentage of the price, but now we do, and we just got the water. And it's $110 an acre foot. It's cheaper than pulling it out of the ground, and it's what we want to use. As you know, we subleased the food and beverage operation to Sugar Pine Smokehouse. Lisa is not able to be here tonight, so I told her I would take care of her portion. They've done a really great job. We're happy to have them there. The locals all love them. She's happy with the increase in revenue. She's brought back some of the local service groups. She's got the Women's Networking Group, the Rotary, Madera County Republican Women, Campfire. They're all coming back and utilizing her services for banquets and their weekly meetings and Rotary meetings and that sort of thing. She did have a couple big groups out, Madera Union School District, and she's offering the school fundraiser. She's now giving any school fundraiser free rent for the facility as long as they purchase the food from her. Of course, she's not charging them the fee for the facility if they're doing a fundraiser for any of the schools. So it's kind of a nice thing that she's doing. And I think that goes, unless you have any questions for me, I'm going back to Joe now. You guys are all still awake?
I think we have some questions,
Okay.
Mr. Bacci. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Just as I guess a question, as far as the utilization of the golf course itself, with I know you showed 44,000 rounds roughly. What is a theoretical max that we have, and kind of what are we going to utilize? Are we half,
Such
70?
thing as a max.
Well, I mean, where would you say we're at right
So we're pretty good. It's hard to dig. There's certain areas of the country that would be huge because they're not open year round. We're a 12-month season, so that number can fluctuate a little depending on weather. We are a little weather dependent, but in California, we're year round. You talk about larger facilities. If you've heard of Torrey Pines in San Diego, perfect weather, very busy municipal golf course. They're in the 70,000 range per year. If we could get to 50, we'd be considered busy, pretty upper at of golf course usage, I guess you'd say, utilization. But 44 is pretty good.
So there's still room for growth, but not dramatic growth.
Yeah, you're not packed, but you're busy at 44.
I have one question. First, I want to thank SGM for being our partner in running our golf course for us. The question I do have is, you did mention that you would be bringing back to the council a pump station bid of $30,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you get bids, and is SGM paying for that bid to do the pump station?
We've invested already in repairs over $30,000 in the last 6 months. We're still not fixed. The quotes that we have two. One's about 58,000, and I think the other one's 67,000. And we're waiting on one more quote. That is for new VFDs and a new control panel. The technology we have is older, pressure switches. It's hard to find parts, people to work on them. Right now, we're waiting on parts from Madera Pumps, and we're just throwing money at this old system, and it's time to upgrade.
Okay. And so when you say we are getting bids, does that mean the city, our parks director, and you are getting the bids?
I'll address that. So we're treating those bids as budgetary quotes.
Okay.
Because we still have to go through our process, but that gives me a gauge of how much we're going to have to spend. So you'll see on the next slide how much money we have. And so if I take the money that Harpier mentioned for the HVACs, I'm not sure I have enough. So we'll have to, this was as of, the chart will say as of March 31st. And so we'll see how much money rolls in from the end of the year that we get. So actually we can do it. I don't have any idea, but this kind of gives me a range of what we're going to have to go out and procure. But we'll also, let me be real clear, that we'll also go out and look for other sources as well. We're going to go through because of our procurement policies, we're
Right.
going to go do a full-blown sourcing exercise. So I don't want to be, everything to be misconstrued. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gallegos. And as part of the advisory, I know that, again, this was something that was, the can was kicked down the road many times. So I think when the advisory was able to identify some of the efficiencies at the golf course, obviously water irrigation is one of your biggest key factors to try to keep a golf course going. You can't replace the whole irrigation system because it's very costly. But to Dan's point, updating our system with VFDs and Dan didn't explain this, but I'm sure he can, is that irrigation lines, when you have old systems, it'll throw pressure back into those lines and it'll rupture the lines a lot more often and frequent, and therefore it requires a lot more labor. But with the VFDs, it allows to regulate pressure. And I was out there, the advisory committee had an opportunity to visit not only the course, but also look at the infrastructure that's there, the pumps and those clay valves, and the money that they put in is because they're trying to patch it. So at some point, like the HVACs that we had there that were over 30 years old, again, patchwork will only take you so far. But again, you're pouring money into something that requires possibly new equipment. And that's why I think the procurement process that we're going through with the HVACs is great, because now you can put these capital improvements into these into the banquet, the pro shop and restrooms and what have you. But the pumps are going to be your key deal. With no water, then you have no golf. No golf, then we have no money. And this is one of the few, if any, I mean, probably the only park that produces money to be able to sustain itself. So fiscal year ends at the end of June. I think we're going to have a new, fresh money coming in, not only from what we get, but also what the city allocates, SGM allocates, and then I think the Sugar Pine Smokehouse. So I appreciate the partnership that we've had thus far. I think Joel will tell you that SGM has been great partners to work with. They're always very proactive, looking for ways to try to keep our course in a very high level condition. So 44,000 compared to Riverside, for example, which is probably a lot higher. But because of that, that's why you're getting a lot of play at Madera Municipal, is because they're so saturated with players that they need avenues such as Madera. That's what makes Madera Municipal Golf Course such a jewel for golf.
Riverside and Airways are at about 48,000. They're busy munis in Fresno, right under 50.
And those are my comments.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you.
All right. So, as mentioned, we have two pending projects. The hiring of an irrigation consultant, and that PO's in process right now. It's going through the motions. I think we're hung up on insurance at the moment. I think we should have that resolved by the end of the week. And then you already heard about the HVACs, the two HVACs for the golf course banquet hall. So it looks like that's going to be a done deal shortly. I think we already got the approval to go through the bidding process for the consultant. And what the consultant will do is develop a report identifying options and next steps related to the irrigation system. So that report should give us either, it won't be the whole thing, but it would say, hey, if you do this on piecemeal, this is what that's what the expectation from the report. Again, we talked about the HVAC already. And again, I just want to emphasize the last bullet there that all capital expenditures subject to our municipal purchasing rules. So again, like I said, I have to treat the quotes from SGM as a budgetary exercise that we'll utilize as we go through a whole sourcing process. Again, just we had a meeting Monday for the advisory committee, and we kind of talked about some of the things that we needed. HVAC's in process, irrigation consultant is in process, and then we also talked about the irrigation pump station being probably the next thing in line that we'll pursue. One of the things that we did as a as a advisory committee is that we talked about the hall needs painting. If you go there, I looked at it closely on Monday and I said, yeah, this is definitely, we need to do something about this. And so that'll be coming up shortly. Again, the other is that the parking lot probably needs resurfacing at some point. I don't know when it was done last, but that's another thing that's on our radar to get done. And then we had some roof leaks recently, and so that's something that we'll have to take a look at the whole roof, not just the leaks that we patched up already. And this is the chart that was in your staff report. And I guess the important thing there is to look at the unspent balance as of March 1st, which was $93,322. Again, that was as of March, and so we'll have to take another look at it and see where we actually fall out as far as what we can do with as far as fixing the pump station and how much money we actually have. But this kind of gives you a snapshot as a point in time. And you can also see where we've got the additional revenues from appropriations and then also from the rollovers that we were authorized to do in the past. And this report's for informational purposes only, and there's no action requested from council. And I know it's late, and we're done.
Okay,
So unless you have
thank
any
you for that
questions.
report.
Okay.
Open it up for public comment. I see no one in the chamber, online or on Zoom.
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I close public comment at this time, and we move on to the next item.
Is council member reports, announcements, future agenda items. This portion of the meeting is reserved for the mayor and council members to make brief reports on boards, committees, and other public agencies and at public events, to request updates, to initiate future agenda items, and to take action on matters initiated under this section of the agenda. Under this section, the council may take action only on items specifically agendized and which meet other requirements for action.
Thank you for that. And before I go on to council reports, I need to say thank you to Mr. Bocci for staying so long to do your report for us. So we appreciate that. I'll go to Councilmember Montez.
It's late. Good night, everybody. I have nothing to report.
Mayor Pro Tem Zechariah.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Councilwoman Evans.
The only thing I would like to say is on the 29th of May will be former Mayor Santos Garcia's funeral service and repast afterwards, and that's going to be at St. Joachim's, and it will be at 1:30, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mejia.
I don't feel so lonely tonight. Thank you all for being here. Have a good night. Have a safe drive home.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
I have nothing to report.
Wow. Councilmember Villegas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that we have the ribbon cutting on the Westford and Cleveland, north of the Walmart today. So I was attended. So that's my report.
For your report. I've got quite a few, so hang on. First one is grand opening of the 7-Eleven. Thank you, staff, for being out there. I saw Director Tackett kind of walk in and out, and I kept looking for him and couldn't find him. And we had our engineer Raquel there, Mayor Pro Tem there, and Councilmember Vegas. So thank you for that. I got a lot of comments this weekend about our staff in Public Works out there cleaning on a weekend. People were so impressed. So that was like a woohoo for us in the city of Madera. It's like the first time people always want to say, oh, this street is dirty or this island, but I got raves about everything this weekend. The next thing is I'd like to thank IT for making sure our system is up and running, and our city clerk for making sure that they were tilted and the monitor went down. Our buttons are working. They weren't working for the Housing Authority. So thank you for that. The next one is I would like to thank my colleagues for the proclamations and hanging in there. We had 10. We hit it out of the park. Also, salute to education. Friend of Education was our Councilwoman Evans was acknowledged for Friend of Education from Monroe Elementary School. And I am a new grandma. I have a brand new baby boy. Dax Foley was born last week. So woohoo for me, grandma number 3. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We have closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Oops, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. One item for closed session, item G1, threat to public services or facilities pursuant to government Code Section 54957A, consultation with the city manager and city attorney.
Thank you. Open it for public comment. I see none. Any online or on Zoom?
We have none.
Thank you. I'll close public comment. I know most of you will not be here when we return, so safe travels home, where we'll be convening into closed session. Thank you. Oh my gosh, so cool in here. And I know Anita's over there fanning herself. I'm like, we're busy.
Trying to get you out of the door fast.
We're back from closed session. If our city attorney,
Thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action taken in closed session.
thank you for that. I will close this meeting at 10:19 and see you Wednesday, June 17th, 2026. Good night, everyone.